With the Historic Preservation Commission update, we have the chair here. And I know you have limited time, so if you want to just dive right in, feel free.
I will. I apologize. I'm trying to catch my daughter's performance at the high school and it starts at 5:40 and we're just hoping to run late. So the HBC wanted to give you just a quick update on a couple of things that we're working on. The first one is the designation process. And as you know, we designated the depot building last year and we would like to designate town hall this year. So we have the application ready. And I was just going to kind of quickly refresh the kind of what the process is for local designation. Town hall is a little bit different. So there were some things I just wanted to make sure everyone here was aware of. There was a confusion.
You're up here, Grace.
So because it's a town-owned property, the process is a little wonky. The HBC took the liberty of pre-completing the application, but then the Board of Trustees has to decide whether or not staff will sign it in order to formally apply to locally designate. So that's step one, is the board deciding if they want to sign the application or not, and then it comes back to the HPC. And then we'll kind of go through the application, see if it's worthy. I'm guessing that we're all gonna agree with it since we wrote it. And then it will come back to the board to decide whether or not to approve. And then there would be at the first reading, and then there'd be a second reading, and then it gets approved into the ordinance. And then as part of a local designation, you get a lot of statewide benefits, most namely in the form of tax credits. And if you're gonna do a renovation of the property, you can get 25% back of your construction costs, up to $50,000. Sorry, do you want to? Sorry, I'm just like jumping ahead. If you want, you can think over my lap. Yeah. So I will skip through here really quick. I think the benefits are pretty self-explanatory. I think I'm going to go through a lot of this pretty quickly. You have the materials in your packet. What makes a property eligible is that it's 50 years old or older. And it has kind of significant architectural features, and that can be things unique to the area, things you want to preserve a moment in time. Sometimes it can be someone of significance who lived in a house, or just any kind of, oral history that kind of associated with the property. So when it comes to town hall, the actual application, one of the things that we've talked about doing is only locally designating the historic portion of the building. Where the copy room is. You can tell with the copy room because it has the stone, and that's actually a really amazing feature. If someone were going to do an addition or renovate a home, that's actually one of the things that we would be asking is how much of the original structure is intact. So could you like pick off the new part and just throw it away? So if you did want to renovate town hall, which I've been told kind of anecdotally might be a long-term goal, you could do that. And so we're only wanting to designate the historic portion, the stone portion that was the old diesel electric power plant. Kind of went through the process really quickly already. So town hall was built in 1936. I think does most everyone here know the history of, I don't know if they do. Yeah, the diesel electric power plant. Mm-hmm. And the big addition was done in the 90s. This whole back half, it was a fire station. So what I wanted to mention, just because I think, I know there's been some talk of like remediation efforts and kind of other things, what the implications are of local designation, I think might come into play a little bit more with this building than say the depot building. Is local designation protects the exterior of the building. So you can't, it really becomes limiting if you wanted to do anything to the exterior. For example, if you wanted to replace the windows with something energy efficient, you still could, but it's really kind of doing like a retrofit on the inside. So it becomes very expensive to do it within kind of designation standards prescribed by the Interior of the Secretary. If you were to do that, want to make that effort after local designation. prior to it being designated, you can kind of just do whatever you want. And because there is a huge cost difference, that's just something to consider. I don't know what the goals are of the town in terms of kind of any renovations or projects within the building itself. But those are just things to consider. I would think things kind of related to remediation, we would have to take on a case by case basis, but I think those would be exempt. Does anyone have any questions?
Any questions so far?
Kind of implication. But I'm not really gonna pull that. So that was really the big thing. It's like we're presenting the application to designate town hall to you. But we want the board to kind of have a discussion as to if you want to designate town hall, when you would like to do it. And so I have the application ready for that decision to sign if and when you want to do that.
Go ahead.
Question, if we do designate, what happens later on if we acquire some other contiguous properties on this block and then some developer wants to come in and pay us millions for it and we relocate town hall? What's the impact?
Well, once it's locally designated, it becomes a lot harder to do anything to it because it would have any renovations, any changes to the exterior whatsoever would have to get reviewed by the HPC. I believe there are some circumstances you can tear down a
That's really what
historic home.
Yeah.
But I think it would be.
Yep.
It would be very hard, and I don't recall the circumstances exactly, but it's extenuating circumstances. It's not an easier thing to do.
I think that's definitely something we would want to discuss. I think the intent of local is that it stays, you know, we want to keep
Understood.
it, but, so that's something to talk about, you know, when we get into the discussion piece.
Just to follow up on trustee Hamrick's question, would the designation only correspond to the historic part and not this part? Right,
So in the
okay.
application, we kind of took a map and mapped out, so really just the sandstone.
Okay,
Even though.
And I did go look at windows. We only have two.
Oh,
There's only two original windows left in that structure, and they're both in the kitchen area. Oh, in the bathroom. There's one small one in the bathroom. So there's three, I guess. All the others have already been replaced, so I think if that is something too the board wants to talk about, they are not functioning windows in the kitchen, so it may not hurt to just put in, the rest of the building just has standard current like vinyl windows, which doesn't look the greatest from the outside, but I don't think with just those couple small windows left, that would be something we want to talk about timing wise. One of them does have a crack.
How does any of this designation affect the coal tar cleanup, you know, the hydrocarbons and all
Not at
that
all.
stuff?
Not at all. They'll be doing all of that from the exterior and under the building from the parking lot side, so
Okay,
no impact.
they would just have to take normal precautions, I guess, not to compromise the exterior when they're.
Mhm. Yeah. Anyone else? Comments?
You got off easy.
wow.
yeah, I have a comment.
Okay.
I'm really glad you included the historic context report because I thought that was fascinating to
That's
read.
next.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
I
nice.
spent a lot of time.
Thank you, that's nice.
Grace is gonna cover that.
Oh, sorry, okay.
That's good.
So,
You're good to go. You're gonna make it.
thank you. You're gonna make it. So I have the actual application.
So the board will discuss this.
We'll discuss it later. Yeah.
Just so Sarah
Yeah,
knows.
so there's
Yeah.
another.
Next up, Sarah.
We're, we have an agenda item later to discuss
Okay,
and provide direction, so we don't expect you to stay awake for it.
thank you. I apologize, I'm gonna run, try and catch the second graders singing. Thank you, I'm sorry to run. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sarah.
Thank you.
Thanks, Sarah.
Okay, Grace, are you gonna take it away?
I am, yeah.
Word.
The historic context part, yep.
Okay.
And here's. I have. Oh, yeah. In case anybody wants to see it. Thank you.
Hey. Want to share that? Oh, I guess it is. Can you share it? That's okay. That's okay. So, for those who don't know, I'm Grace Simonson. I'm the Vice Chair of the Historic Preservation Commission. Apologies for being late. I was helping Mr. Sunny with a computer issue, which took longer than expected. So we had a historic context report done for the town of Lyons. This was kind of a group effort between the HPC, the town, and History Colorado, which provided us the funding, the grant money for doing this. So the whole project itself was funded by a $25,000 grant from History Colorado for a certified local government grant. The report was conducted by Pinion Environmental, and we had multiple run-throughs with them. We got it back a few different times and sent back our comments, and we got our final report, which had to be approved by History Colorado, which they did earlier this year. The goal of this is it's a project you have to have done for future projects. It's kind of your baseline understanding of town history before you can try to apply for grants for future research into kind of more in-depth issues within the town. So that's what this project did, establish our fundamentals, as well as kind of providing a brief idea of where we'd like to go as we move into the future with different buildings in town that we would like to see marked as a historic landmark, as well as kind of our downtown history and what buildings there might be appropriate to kind of fall under that historic marker. So, yes. You guys can see this. There's not a lot to it. For those who read the reports, yeah, Sarah threw this together pretty quick, but it's kind of a fun report to look through. It definitely just gives us an overview of Lyons history that's available on a fairly surface level. It didn't go into a ton of detail the first time that we got it back, so we did send it back with the hope of getting a lot more information on different groups. Otherwise, it kind of just had a really broad sweeping history of Lyons from its early pre-settler days all the way to the present. We did find some things that you would expect to see here. So sandstone really being a root of the town, drawing a lot of the city's residents, as well as really driving the economy in town. Later, transportation became a larger factor as the rails came into town to foster moving sandstone out. And that led to a growing tourism industry as we got rails put in town and a greater roadway through, as well as connecting up into Allen's and Estes Park. I do recommend reading through the report. It is interesting. And as we did read through it, it was lacking a lot of information that we would like to see in the future. So we had all of the information that you would expect to see. We did have some group or some information on immigrants coming into town, specifically European immigrants. We talk a little about the rise of Hispanic culture in town with the growing sandstone industry. But on a historic level, we're missing a lot of information on minority groups. There is really nothing in this report related to women's history, minorities in general, although we did manage to get a nice little section put in on Laverne. So her history is included in this report, as it should be. We will mention this report going into the Redstone so others can seek it out and find it. I believe it'll be up on the town website for people to access. Yeah, and we will share this with the museum so they can go further into it and use it how they see fit. Although we did collaborate with them a lot to just find a lot of the information that's in here. But now that we have this report out of the way, that we've got the approval from History Colorado, we can move forward with a more in-depth report. And we have kind of two options for doing that are presented. There's one report that's an option to cover around 100 buildings in town. But it's extremely surface level. It's someone looking at a photo of the building and giving you what information they can when they see it. So maybe something about the architecture that's significant, but it doesn't go any further than that. So we'd like to pursue our second option, which is a more focused study on 25 buildings or structures that we choose to look more in depth at, and we'll get kind of a full history of that. So if there is a building that has significance related to an individual or maybe significance to the town in general, we'll get a much more in-depth review of the history of that building rather than a pretty baseline overview of a lot of buildings. So that would be our suggestion for the future. Yeah, so please do read through the report. It's exciting. Lyons is a cool place with lots of unique little stories to tell you, but we do have a lot more searching to do. Yeah, to add a lot more color and texture. And any questions?
Thank you so much.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Questions? I have a suggestion.
Yes.
This is such a cool report. And I think it would be great to have a couple of bound copies at the library.
Awesome. That's a good idea. Yes. Okay. I love
Anybody else?
I would love to, I mean, I know it's now called Lyons, but it's funny, I have never heard of Lyons ever referred to as the Red Ribbon Valley before. And I don't see that referenced anywhere. And I realize, ever since the incorporation of Lyons, it has changed names, but I think it's just cool to keep that in our mindset going forward about this Red Ribbon Valley.
Yeah.
I really love this name. It sounds very picturesque, and I don't know if it's like, if it's, possible to use in marketing materials or tours, but I just feel like it's something that could be promoted. I think Laverne would be really pleased with this. Of course, there wouldn't be enough detail for her.
Of course.
So I appreciate you going back and asking for more.
Yes.
But I had no idea about this Red Ribbon Valley, and I love this idea of kind of bringing that back to relevance.
Anyone else?
I have one question. Go ahead. I don't know if you know the answer to this. Is this a document we're supposed to adopt by resolution, or is it as part of the grant? Was that a requirement?
The only requirement of the grant was to publicly share it, to present it to the board,
Okay,
and to make it
available.
do some kind of public outreach.
Okay.
So what Grace was mentioning about, we had some ideas about maybe putting an article out and having a link available if people want to see it, and also putting it on our website so that if people want to read it, it does.
I didn't know if there was a follow-up action. Some plans there's
no, at least History Colorado doesn't require like a formal like adoption that I'm aware of.
Okay, great.
I would love to send a copy to Yanni. You still
Oh,
have
Oh,
her
yeah.
contact info.
I'll put it down.
Yeah, I mean, we worked really hard to become a certified local government and started back in 2020. And it's just really great to see it start to come full circle.
I'll do that. She'll probably say the same thing. It needs more detail.
Yeah,
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
just context.
Awesome. Great. Thank you,
well,
Bob.
thank you so much, guys.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Yeah.
I'll put in the clerk's file.
Thanks.
It's a really good.
It's a great read.
I think it was a fun read too.
Great.
A lot of detail, but I'm really hoping you'll be included.
I'm glad. I'm really glad. And I loved how they tracked the competition book as well. They saw such as like, just to see that Lions grew to 1,000 in 100 years.
She's the.
She also.
So we ended that 10 minutes early. I don't know, are we able, Brandon, is Brandon on still? Are we start the second item earlier, or do we need to stick to what's in the agenda?
I think you can start the second item earlier. If anyone wants to come in and say what I missed, I think we can update them, but I think that people have general notice on this one. It's not like a public hearing or anything.
Great, then I think let's do that. Let's start with noise ordinance. I'm sure we'll fill up the extra 9 minutes that we have. So do we want to start with the staff report?
I can do that. So where we left off. Where we left off was we did the survey and it went over the results last time, the noise survey. And then we had some staff direction to talk to the business owners, especially the venue owners. If you want to go over the survey results, we included them in the packet. I have some of them in my notes if you are curious, but I don't know if we want to spend too much time on that. We also discussed NoiseNet at the last meeting. And then in meeting with some of the neighbors, they did just want to point out that NoiseNet can be monthly. I think we discussed that, but I don't know if it was clear that you can rent it monthly. And there still is a cost associated with that and reports. And so then Kim sent out an email to the business owners offering to meet with them. And what we got out of that was a letter from 8 of the business owners, which was included in your packet. I don't necessarily want to read it word for word, but I did take some basic notes. Regular monitoring is unnecessary. Measuring sound level when a resident complains allows for immediate and direct response. Sound should be measured at the property line of complaining residential party. Proposed an 80 decibel limit at the complaining residential parties line. And then there were some other things, 7 days a week, where the times they were looking for was 9 a.m. to 10 p.m. They wanted to allow existing PUDs or zoning to override this ordinance. And then they asked for a permitting process for exemptions. And then they also mentioned the established contact process, which was brought up, kind of that good neighbor policy. And that local businesses should receive notice of any calls regarding noise that either the sheriff or our code compliance receives. So we received that letter a while ago, and then we met with one homeowner group. And so certainly you have discrepancies in the business proposal and what homeowners would like to see. We don't have a unified letter from the individuals we met with, but a few of them submitted individual comments, which were included in the packet. Some concerns were if this was going to override some of the PUDs that were already in place in zoning. It appeared that the business owners wanted those agreements to stand, so perhaps that could be agreed upon. And then definitely some concerns with the decibel limits proposed, the time limits, days of weeks that were proposed, and other individual concerns, which you'll see in the letters, we might hear about during audience business today. Take a breather for a second. So I included Fort Collins, Golden, and Netherlands noise ordinances in your packet. So if you're curious about the decibel limits that they have set, they're in there. If you want me to kind of briefly give a summary of that, Fort Collins. So with noise ordinances, it's not always just looking at the numbers and the limits, because some measure at the receiving property and some measure at the property, the source of the sound. And so some might set a commercial limit at the source, which would be commercial. Others are going to measure it from the receiving, which could be
commercial to residential, commercial to industrial. So it does make a difference how every single ordinance is worded. I pretty much can't stress that enough. When you look at the little infographic that's why I have all the bold and underlined, is it's kind of, to me, a little bit like a graph where the axis is not the same for everything. So we'll just emphasize that. Fort Collins has 55 to 50 decibels at the residential receiving. And so they measure noise at a distance of 25 feet from the noise source. Or if on private property, noise is measured at or within the property boundary of the receiving land use. So residential receiving is 55 to 50, depending on night or day. Golden is measured at or inside the property line other than that on which the sound originates. Could be the next residence over, could be the next property over. And depending on what it is, residential is 50 to 55, commercial 60 to 65, industrial 75 to 80. They also have an outdoor amplified sound. It can't occur between 10 p.m. and 7 a.m. the next day. And then it can't exceed 65 decibels as measured at or inside a property line other than that on which the outdoor music originates. So there's an outdoor music comparison from Golden. Netherland is a little different, and I won't go into too many details on that yet. But yeah, if you have questions or want me to dig into that, or I can kind of go over the little infographic you got. But also this is up for y'all to discuss, so I'll stop and.
You can share your screen too. You just like. Yeah, Cassie, you did a great job putting this together, so thank you for presenting it, so thank you. I just pulled up, just for my own reference, what we're talking about when we talk about 80 decibels, what we're talking about, because I think that's helpful.
Yeah.
So according to this chart, I pulled up 80 decibels is compared to heavy traffic, a window air conditioner, a noisy restaurant, and a power lawnmower. And sounds above 85 decibels are considered harmful. So just so everybody, 75 decibels is a vacuum cleaner. It says average radio, but I don't know, like that's really subjective, average radio, depending on how old you are. So I just wanted to throw that out there, and then, questions for staff about this? Go ahead.
As to Golden's ordinance, we looked at, Mayor Ruggiero and I did some inquiring about that some time ago too. They've got a 65 decibel limit, but under their section of their code that says outdoor amplified music. And the way I'm kind of reading that is that they set a general rule which is lower than that, but then the more specific section of their code that says 65 decibels. If the nature of the complaint is outdoor amplified music, I think we go to that section, I would presume, rather than the general 55 or whatever the limit was. That's the way I read it.
Yeah, let's see.
'Cause I know they did a whole noise consultant report. After which they went from 82 decibels to 65 decibels.
Yeah, and the 65 is measured at or inside a property line other than that on which the music originates. So supposedly you could measure it from the neighbor.
Property based.
Yeah.
There's a curious thing in Fort Collins, although their general limits are pretty limited, it's kind of got a quirk in it like Golden's does. They allow a lot of special event permits, maybe because it's a college town and there's all kinds of college related celebration. And in their special permits thing, it says, in no event shall the sound at a permitted special event exceed 90 decibels. So without really any indication in the text of their code of how would you ever get to a 90 if your general limit is 55. So there's a little bit of inconsistency.
Netherland has a permit limit as well. So everyone does things differently, and that's kind of, I guess, where you can decide if a permit. Sometimes the permitting process also just means you can go a little later. Sometimes it means you can go a little louder. You could do both. That was something that was brought up by the business owners was the permitting process for exemptions. One consideration that staff had is how many exemptions would you give? Would you limit it? If you give 3 to each of the 8 businesses, you're starting to hit a lot of weekend days. So I think that would be a consideration for neighbors. And would you allow venues to go use the same Saturday, for instance, to both extend their hours? And then with that, are you extending hours or are you raising the limits? So a lot of questions there, but certainly not something that we would rule out. And then another thing I wanted to mention was something that Austin does, Texas, which I know we're not Austin, Texas, but they are a big music community and they have every outdoor music venue has to have a permit every year. And by getting this permit, they are agreeing to the rules set out. And that's a way to make sure that these businesses are following the rules, because if they get so many complaints, their permit would get pulled and they wouldn't be able to have any outdoor amplified music for the rest of the season. So that's another approach that at least Austin is doing, but yes, of course, we're not Austin.
I'm glad you mentioned that because I was just looking at a section and I'm not sure whose ordinance this is about habitual offenders that says 3 or more violations of this article should be grounds for revocation of any special event permit, special use review permit, or liquor license after notice in a hearing. And that, I'd be curious to know how staff would feel about an additional permitting a yearly permitting process, if you thought about that.
Yeah, I think that is actually something that could work well for us. I mean, we find that, it's kind of like the golf cart situation right now. Once someone reads and signs that they understand the rules, it's much easier, to enforce. And so knowing that we just have, 6 or 8, maybe, that's not a huge, workload, for us. Maybe we do it at a little different time of year than either the first of the, right before, like March would be a nice time, so it's not so crazy. But we would be open for that as an option.
This would be an annual permit?
Yeah. So whoever's running the business
Yeah, rather
that
than
year,
an event, rather than an event permit.
yeah, and you could possibly identify if you want a certain number of events per year, or if they stay under a decibel limit, it's not.
And with that, I think you could include the good business, like a contact, a clear contact for neighbors, for businesses, and make sure that's updated.
Every year we have that up,
Good neighbor
of who to call.
Yeah.
You do that with the Airbnb, right? They give a permit. Part of that includes the contact.
Who is on call for this property if you're not here? Mhm.
When we did that, we would need to look at that for this too. When we first did that, Airbnb's complained that they were having to pay for an Airbnb permit and then also pays for a business license. I think we combined them where you didn't have to
I
do
think we did
2 different.
a business license or something. One. We could do it as part of our business licensing annually, and if you have an outdoor music venue, there's a separate section. And people have to be doing that anyway.
Other thoughts?
Well, if we go to the annual permit, we're right back to standards. We have to set the standards. So there's the rub. We went back to that again.
And I suppose with that, assuming the business owners and the neighbors both agree, some of the venues that already had current regulations might just follow those, and then everyone else would need to follow the new regulation.
We should probably make sure everybody, I think some of the business owners and the neighbors are here as well, understands what PUD limits are in play now and what are not. I think it's the case, tell me if I'm wrong, that the only municipal ordinance restriction we have on days and times of operations is in the terminology, right? It's the block where Moxie and Farah are right now. When we did it, the Stone Cup was there were issues about the Stone Cup sound, so we have. I think it's a 9 PM cutoff for that particular block.
Yeah, I think then also River Bend and Pineapple Bluegrass would, at least those two.
Right,
Have
I
separate
was gonna get
agreements.
there, but that's,
Yeah.
that's not a municipal ordinance, those are agreements with each of those
Yeah.
venues. Riverbend in its renewed PUD, first time Riverbend came through, they agreed with the issues raised about noise with some of the surrounding property owners, and they voluntarily agreed. It wasn't something the board imposed on them, they brought, when it came to the board at that time, it was, they had voluntarily agreed to ameliorate that controversy to do acoustic music only.
Yeah.
When they went through a similar process this time, and their volunteer agreement was that outdoor amplified music would cease at 8 o'clock. And they would take music inside thereafter, and there were some other details we don't want to get into about how many orange you can have and stuff. But Planet Bluegrass, remember to work through all those agreements. I believe that their cutoff time is, it's 10:30.
I was gonna say 10, do you remember?
We can look it up and then we could, yeah, get a list of what's current now.
Everybody keeps saying we wanna keep the existing rules in place, but I wanna make sure there's an understanding of what those rules are. I will, I didn't bring that file, but I wanted to say.
I think it's 10:30 on the weekend.
That's what I just confirmed, 10:30 Friday, Saturday.
10:30 on the weekends, yeah.
And I don't know, for the public's sake, if you'd like the attorney to reiterate how the current agreements
Yeah, that would be great.
hold.
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, particularly since the current agreements are PUDs, that, you know, I don't think that this ordinance would supersede those, and we can make it extra clear in the ordinance that, you know, this shall not affect, PUD enforced, different arrangements or something, what the words with whatever, but I don't think this is a major issue for me personally, at least, about the existing kind of regime set for Planet Bluegrass and Riverbend and its, interaction with any sort of future or sound ordinance.
One other thing to keep in mind, I think this is true for Planet Bluegrass, Riverbend. I think it's also even true for the outdoor overlay district in that one block. That there are no restrictions in those tailored to those venues for noise levels. It governs for those 3 areas, it governs days and times to some extent. But I believe for all of those, the municipal noise ordinance that exists now, including its 25 audible 25 feet from the source of the sound rule,
Yeah.
applies to all those venues. And obviously you can hear Planet Bluegrass more than 25 feet, you can hear Riverbend more than 25 feet, you can hear Main Stage and A Lodge too, so. That's basically not something that's governed by the PUDs or the existing overlay district.
Yeah, I think to this extent that the municipal code is not inconsistent with the PUDs, there may be some applicability there, but I think what people are concerned about is, the kind of the deals that were struck, if you will, and those arrangements, being totally made null and void by an ordinance. I don't think that's the case at all.
That's good to know. When it comes to sound measurement, if we are assuming that a sheriff deputy will measure the sound, if there's not a code enforcement person available,
That's not an assumption.
that's not an assumption. Okay, I guess I'm wondering, who will be doing the measuring, how, and who will pay for any equipment required if it's more than a cell phone app?
We haven't gotten that far because it hasn't been decided you want to go with decibels.
Okay,
What I can definitely tell you, if we do go with a decibel based limitation, it will not be a cell phone app. It'll be a calibrated sound device. Because in order for it to hold up in court, it has to be proven that this is a legitimate device that's been calibrated. And it's going to have to be done by either a town employee or a sheriff's deputy for sure. Victoria, go ahead.
Yeah, I believe Sergeant Sears had said, if we go with the decibel base, we will have to purchase and keep one available here at the substation. And he'll have to train officers how to use it because it can change on any weekend. You know, it may take a little while to get it effective. You know, if we get new people on a weekend night, they might not even know where the venue is. You know what I mean? It's gonna take some training and a little cost. Did he say an amount? Do you remember?
I don't think it's too expensive for, well, it depends on if it's like type 1 or type 2, and one is the type that calibrates the other one. I think the lower one was the one that we could use, but I guess if we don't have the calibration one, maybe we need both. But I don't think it was supposed to be more than a few $100.
Okay.
Yeah, we just recently bought some another client for another client. I mean, I didn't, but they bought them, you know, after they implementing a noise ordinance. And it wasn't that expensive. It was like under $1,000 for multiples. So
One other question would be is if we go with the decibel ordinance, there's gotta be a learning curve for everybody on how to do it. Do you think it will be feasible and maybe desirable to, contract with either overtime for a town employee who's been trained or some noise consultant like Golden did, or like the phase-in period to go around, there's gonna be after hours, most of the amplified outdoor music issues we have are after hours. And kind of set up a baseline of I've measured it, this address, and this address, you know, 2 or 3 times each of the decibel readings I'm getting on my calibrated meter are. So kind of we get a picture of what it is, because right now, everybody measures on their cell phones, that's what they're gonna do, but the owners and the property. But it seems like to me, it might be beneficial to have a town designated source to kind of, if we go this route, to kind of set where we are. On this night, I measured that it was 79 decibels. The average measurements at this property over here have never exceeded 60 decibels in that time. I think that, and I don't think you would have to keep that in place permanently year round, but I think would be some benefit to like establishing what the levels are. And that's essentially what Golden did, is they hired somebody to go around to their main local music venues and see what the decibels were. And people had their opinions whether that was too loud or not, and they got opinions from both sides, the venue owners and the residents, and they changed it, moved their decibel limit downward after doing that study. From what we heard back, it seems to diminish their level of complaints. It seems to have worked.
In meeting with Michael Grace a while ago, he kind of proposed something like that as a useful tool for not just venue owners, but for homeowners or residents to understand like, okay, this is kind of my baseline for the sound, maybe if they measured at their property that day, and then they understood, oh, it's below my limits or it's way above. So it kind of helps everyone understand, maybe even from a resident's perspective, if it's measured at less than the limit, then they maybe understand that just because you can hear it doesn't mean it's going over the limit. So yeah, I think that would be a useful.
And maybe part of that process is if they're $200-300 each or something, we buy multiple meters and loan them out to both residents and venue owners so they can see for themselves what it's saying.
Yeah, there was actually a discussion also about taking off-season measurements. So like this time of year, just to get that baseline of what is the highway noise on a regular basis. Because on a weekend, if it's busy and that's combined with music, it just magnifies. So trying to do an off-season baseline and then a regular baseline.
If we were gonna do an off-season baseline this summer, we'd have to get that going pretty soon, since the season is upon us.
Yeah, if you guys direct us to do that, we can.
Yeah.
I got the impression that Grace Design would like to help us.
We can ask.
Oh, we can ask, okay.
I'm not sure.
Go ahead.
And one of the considerations, and I'll just, Mr. Sims brought this up in his letter, was timing.
Hmm.
You know, so you got loud music and you dispatch somebody and.
By the time they get here, yeah.
So I do like the idea of having multiple meters, maybe even having some residents with them if they can record it somehow, or, because otherwise we get into kind of a finger
Well,
pointing game.
you may even want to add into your ordinance a duration. You know, that's what some of the neighbors, when we met with them last week, were saying is, you know, when you get a loud motorcycle coming by, it's well over the decibel limits, but you know, it's only gonna last 10 seconds. it's sustained decibels. So, you know, like you said, giving people that testing period, because if one of their vendors turns it up, by the time an owner can get there and say, you need to turn that down, you know, is 15 minutes reasonable to rectify it before you're, you know? Because we will have this situation frequently where there may not be an officer here. And it could take a half hour to get here. So that might be something to consider too, when we do our ordinances. Should it be sustained over a certain length of time?
And I think we're hoping with the good neighbor agreements that we put in place that it'll
Someone
be
call.
rare that an officer is called. That's the
Yep.
hope.
Then one other thing, when we do our discussion during the meeting is on the scope of what we're gonna try to deal with in a noise ordinance. This survey was very broad and it got into things like the responses were barking dogs and highway noise and that type of thing. And other people may feel differently. My view is it's difficult enough to do the issue that we're facing, that the businesses are concerned about, and it produced complaints in the past from multiple languages outdoor amplified music. Yeah, barking dogs can be a problem, but we have an ordinance that deals with that. More than 2 people complain, it's totally unreasonable. The sheriff's office has told us, yeah, you can pass whatever ordinance you want on a motorcycle and jake brakes and that kind of thing, but unless we have an officer sitting there with a meter, those things are just very difficult to enforce. So my thought is we ought to focus on the part of the noise issues here, music issues that are actually potentially what's caused concerns in the past, and not try to go too broad and redo our barking dog order. Know what people feel about that, but you know, these aren't easy things to do, and so I think the narrow and scope we need to address the specific problems in front of us.
I guess one could argue that the survey, the people that care filled out the survey, but there was 365 respondees, and I'm just looking at the numbers here. 294 of 364 said noise was not an issue. And then the sources of noise disturbance, music, live music was number 4. I appreciate the effort put in by the music venue owners, the language that they put together here. I think they have a good idea on that the sound complaint should be measured at the property line of the person submitting the complaint. I do have an issue. I think 80 dB is probably a little too loud. Looking at the equivalencies online here, maybe 70 is more realistic, or maybe even 60 or 65. We're assuming some of these people are some distance from the venue. But I do like the idea of measuring it at the line where the complaint was taken. And I think we should move forward with some sort of a ordinance with a dB level. I like the idea of the annual permitting. I like the three strikes and you're out that might be included in that permit. So I think we're slowly moving towards some sort of a solution here.
I think it's gonna be really helpful to have the baseline measurements that trustee Browning brought up. Before we make any decisions, if we decide to go with decibels. Before we make any decisions about what those decibels should be.
And those baseline measurements, as you suggest, should be taken like within the next month or 2, especially for the traffic. Are we gonna hire somebody to do that, or are we just gonna?
I don't think we need to.
Buy a meter?
I think we can talk about that later, but if the
Okay.
meters are a couple $100, I think it would make sense to buy one and add to Cassie's job description, maybe, I don't know. But have staff take the measurements if the board agrees, if Administrator Simonson agrees, that's a great use of staff time.
I actually agree with everything trustee Lower said, so it does not have to be repeated.
Okay,
Exactly what he said.
wow.
Thanks.
How would we measure the baseline? I mean, which locations, if you want it measured from the complainant's property line versus the venue?
Well, now we're back to the,
Sorry.
we're back to the suggestion where we get the centralized thing that
Oh,
is causing.
sound net.
Yeah, so I don't know.
Unless we do it at both as a baseline.
I think that could not be a bad thing. More
It's just,
data.
how do we know where the complaint is baseline?
You don't, right? So maybe it's, you know, a couple of different sample locations.
Okay.
You know, that represent different areas of town. I'm curious to know, you know, because I can hear the planet from my house, which is, and so I'm just curious.
But it's all based on whether or not a complaint.
Yeah,
People will tolerate some. Is what we heard when we met again with the neighbors was, for some, it was not the sound if it was short-lived, it was the sound if it was a long duration. For others, it was type of music made them crazy. You know, it's a little different for everyone.
that's it.
The redundancy was an issue for some people. Of the wedding venues, the same songs several nights in a row.
Well, that's why I think we have to make it as objectively measurable as possible.
Yeah, we can pick locations and then I think measuring from the property playing the music is helpful maybe for them to be able to kind of test their limits going forward. To understand how that is traveling to other areas in town.
I think we've got enough of the history to know where, in general, where the issues of the people have talked about the farm people that live near there. We had a big issue back when Lions Den was a live music venue. We know that it's been a concern to people in that area, people on Fifth Avenue and then above, on Indian Lookout. We've heard from them, and so I think you can
Okay.
take representative samples around town and kind of know. And we've heard from people that are near, Main Stage and Moxie too. In fact, that's kind of what led to that existing overlay district. And concerns about the stone costs. So I think we kind of know the areas of town where issues have arisen in the past. And I also think you can measure on weeknights during the summer, because there's not a lot of live music on weeknights. So I would wait for the next fall or winter to do that initial measurements.
No, I would think we would want to do that as soon as we can, if we're gonna talk about moving something forward. Other thoughts?
No, I'm looking at the breakdown by neighborhood here. And, you know, we were talking about how to pinpoint locations, et cetera. I'm just taking North Main for an example where there were 102 responses. And only 27 of them were concerned with amplified music from restaurants and things. 30 of them with live music. So to be honest, when I saw the results from this survey, I was pleasantly surprised that the majority of residents didn't really have an issue with the sound level. I mean,
With music, yeah.
81% have no problem with excessive noise. 75% disagree that this is a seasonal issue. You know, 88% believe noise is part of Lion's character. I just, you know, I look at these numbers, I don't feel like it's a widespread problem. And so the survey was really helpful. And I'm glad, I don't know if it was you, Cassidy, who broke it down by neighborhood, but I think that pinpoints locations a little bit. I mean, where on North Main, I don't know, but. I mean, and to have it broken down by, you know, nuisance, to see that, you know, the majority of people on North Main, for example, would say that it's noise from cars. As opposed to music. And we really can't control the noise of cars. Unless we all go electric. This is where I push for electric. Because they're noiseless.
I agree with that general characterization of the survey results, but you gotta keep in mind, that doesn't mean that there's not an issue to be dealt with, because a dozen complainers about a particular business, it's problem to that business, and the complainers as well, so it's not a pure numbers thing about whether it's it's a problem, but it kind of does give, I agree, gives a general indication that people in town, that the majority have not been bothered by the level of outdoor music
Right.
that we've had now.
Well, and I love that there was a question, I think it's question 11, that specifically dealt with health and emotional impact. And so I thought that was really a good question to ask, and 80% of respondents said that they didn't experience any health or emotional impact. So again, it's trying to figure out what's, what is the main concern here? And how much of an effect does it have?
Yeah, and I think, for me, I appreciate you bringing up this data because I think it's really important. And I appreciate all the input that we've received ahead of this item tonight. And I know it's something that we've been working on for a very long time. I think, one of the reasons to move forward with an ordinance that makes sense and that the community has input on and that we have some long and thoughtful discussions about is our current ordinance. If we were to try and force it, it's not the right one. And so I think, we're serving the community in the future, the business community and our residents by having a more thoughtful ordinance that, if we decide to move forward, can address concerns as they come up.
I would just add, I mean, while the survey doesn't show statistically it's an issue, I think for certain people in certain locations, geographic regions of town, it's a very important issue and very impactful. So I don't think we could, after doing the survey, I realized that's probably one of the best approach in my opinion.
What wasn't the best approach during the survey?
Doing a survey, I mean, because generally we want to do a survey to kind of get the general lay of what the feelings are across town, which are hard to do. So I do like surveys in that respect. I think this is more geographically defined issue than a lot of others we discuss.
And I think for those geographic areas, though, we've tried really hard to enter this PUD agreement. And so, the most recent one being River Bend and taking the steps, of them having music indoors is gonna be a huge improvement for that neighborhood this year. And maybe that seems to be successful. If that is successful with them and has been with Planet Bluegrass and the Farmettes, maybe that's one of the approaches for the geographically challenged areas is to do individual agreements. Like Trustee Browning would say, a general decibel level allowable, and then you have separate agreements with venues that are really creating regular issues for folks.
And, we also don't know what the future will bring, whether we get new venues or different venues. I mean, the building where Lions Den was, it has a great outdoor stage with no music right now, but that might not always be the case.
In the past, that was the principal source of our complaint.
Yes,
Right now, it's not an issue, but.
I recall.
Yeah. Oh, can I ask, I know we don't take audience time, can I ask a question of Zach since he's here?
Zach, are you gonna hang around for audience business?
Yeah. I had an informational question to ask.
Sure, go ahead.
One of the letters we got from one of the homeowners mentioned something about a 75 decibel internal policy or something at Planet Bluegrass. I haven't heard about that before. Are you? Is there such a thing?
We have rules that we set for our weddings to stay ahead of some complaints and things like that. And so that's just, it's nothing that's been agreed to with the town. It's purely kind of our internal stuff, just to make sure it's reasonable at the events.
Okay. Is that kind of the target level, keeping it below that?
That's a very specific, I would have to go back and look. That's not the overall. I think our indoor is close to 90 at the sound position.
Yeah, thank you.
Any other discussion? Seeing as how. Wow, well, I guess we're gonna finish the workshop early then. No, no. So we'll take a break. We'll reconvene at 7 o'clock for our regular meeting. Thank you, everybody.
How come we can't hear them?
Board of Trustees right above it. Right there. Audio, put on the audio, left corner. Yeah, built-in mic. The mic works.
Good evening, hi. If you'll take your seats, please. Thank you. Yeah, they were still out. Thank you. We're gonna call the meeting to order. Today is Monday, April 21st. This is the Lions Board of Trustees. Can we have the roll call, please?
Yes, Mayor Rogan.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Williams.
President.
Trustee Hammock.
Present.
Trustee Dottie.
Present.
Trustee Lowell.
Present.
Trustee Browning.
Present.
And Trustee Delman.
Present.
Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. We must acknowledge with respect as non-native people that the land on which we stand, live, and learn is the traditional territory of the Ute, Cheyenne, and Arapaho peoples. We also recognize the 48 contemporary tribal nations that are historically tied to the lands that make up the state of Colorado. We'll take a short reflective moment of silence. Thank you, everybody. Is there a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Anything anyone would like to amend on the agenda? Okay, call for the vote.
And that motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Okay. So now is the time for audience business. The board wants to hear from you. If you are here to speak about any of the rezoning issues, anything having to do with a public hearing, which also includes the conditional use, wait. Okay, we will hear that feedback during that agenda item. And if there's anything else you want to talk to the board about, the clerk will call your name, come on up and tell us your name and your address. You'll have 4 minutes. How many for general audience business? Making an assumption.
Yes, 4 minutes for a general audience.
You'll have 4 minutes. And so we just ask that you please address the entire board and not one person, and that you keep your comments to matters pertaining to town business. After everybody's had an opportunity to speak, the board will respond. So we will respond to you, but not until everybody's finished. And then after the board responds, staff will also have an opportunity to respond. Okay? Great. Who's first?
For audience business, I have Steve Sims, followed by Gil Sparks. Thank you.
Evening, Mr. Sims.
Good evening, board, mayor, administration, and Steve Sims, 809 Fifth Avenue. Speaking on the topic of the discussion earlier on the workshop, I had a whole list of things and you guys covered so many of them. You touched on them and I appreciate that discussion that you just had. Cassidy, your help has been tremendous, and in the complexity of these noise reports, if you go that route with baseline, and you look at somebody like NoiseNet who has generated some of these example reports and you get a sense of what the detail of those reports are, they are complex. There's a lot of language specific to that topic. So I don't know your background as far as if you were to be the one doing the metering and the measurements and so forth, but I would ask for a level of professionalism to that. If you are going to choose a panel of consultants that might come in and do the noise monitoring, I would like to volunteer my time to help be on that panel to help select. I know the Grace Brothers and some other companies. So along that line, I wouldn't mind opening an agenda item to have a demonstration of what 60, 70, 80 decibels sounds like. I would set it up out here on your front patio so we'd have an ambient environment without reverb. I'm happy to help orchestrate that so you can really get a sense of 90 decibels or 80 decibels for sure. I do support the NoiseNet technology. I think the ROI, return on investment versus town staff and your overhead versus what you would get from a professional report and baseline, I think it'd be cheaper in the long run to turn to somebody who does this every day. It's like an attorney, they know their stuff. So I support that, and I support the licensing discussion about individual businesses. Like Austin, I read the details, which was great. I mean, it really kind of got to the topic. So the burden shouldn't be on us residents to make the phone call every time, please. The burden should not be on us residents to make the call every time. So I ask that consideration. Businesses kind of creep. One guy gets loud, the other guy gets louder. The other guy gets louder, the other guy, and there's this creep factor. So let's just put a kibosh to that. Lions Den spent a lot of resources of this town and tax dollars to mitigate and work with Lions Den. We don't have to go there again. We can come right back to a foundation and set a new bar, and new businesses can work with that. I want to work with, I enjoy the music and I want to work with the music scene too. I enjoy that. So I want to work on both sides of the aisle, and I can do that. And then, looking at my list, you know, if an officer is asked to come and turn down the volume, what do they turn it down to? You have to set some numeric number. Turn it down to what? And then I would like to say that with Planet Bluegrass and with Riverbend, we're just so grateful for the table time we've had with Victoria to come to these agreements. Planet Bluegrass now will close their big open doors so they can have 80 or 90 dB inside. They open those doors, 80, 90 dB is just a lot more coming out. There's nothing to stop. There's no four walls. Last thing I'd like to point out is this is called the Confluence event, totally changing the subject. This is middle senior high schools, May 1st, science fair in a sense for these young scientists to come forth and demonstrate their interest in ecology, biology. It started in this room.
Thank you. Your time's up. Thank you for that.
It started in this room 20 years ago, and now they're doing the whole high school.
Next is Gil, followed by Kay Sparks.
Good evening. Good evening, board. I have 4 topics I'm gonna cover in
Could you
my
do your name and?
20, Gil Sparks, 2169 Apple Valley Road.
Thank you.
I have 4 topics I want to cover in my 4 minutes.
First of all, I want to introduce to you Rachel Pekarsky. Rachel is the Lions Community Foundation part-time marketing person. Trustee Daddy had this position a number of years ago. Rachel has some wonderful news to share with you tonight.
Yeah, hi, board and everybody. Nice to be here. Thank you, Gil, for inviting me. My full-time job is with the Colorado Press Association, and in my building is also KGNU amongst other media partners. And an opportunity came up last week to sort of get a really exciting marketing opportunity from them. So Dave Ashton at KGNU in Denver, not to be confused with the Boulder one. He's in charge of the community calendar sponsorship. So for the LCF and Leaf Hootenanny this year, the week of August 18th, so the week beforehand at 7:59 a.m. and 2:59 a.m. every day, they're going to promote the event. And also just to tell him, if we do end up collaborating at all on social media for the town, possibly a future relationship I can leverage for marketing too, to get some Boulder and Longmont folks here to spend their money and hang out with us. That's my update. Thank you.
No problem. Thank you. Yes, please. I don't know how many of you have seen this information about the book launch party, but one of our Lions residents, Julie Smith, took upon herself to write all about town, which is about Laverne. And this is going to premiere at the library May 9th at 5:30 to 7. And those of you who often say, what would Laverne do? I would give it back to you. What will you do? And I hope you will show up and support this book launch. In the note of community engagement, you all may be aware that this weekend is the first of a couple of the Stone Canyon tree restoration projects. They are still in need of volunteers. So if any of you want to volunteer or have folks in your network that you can encourage to volunteer, starting at 7:30 Saturday morning, they will bus people to Stone Canyon, bring gloves, bring shovel, bring a pickaxe if you got it. So would appreciate any support there. And then finally, as everybody, I'm assuming everybody is aware that for the last period of time, and I don't know how long, Kathy Rivers has been orchestrating a hold the line protest movement in the Triangle and the start of town on Saturdays from 12 to 2. I just want to invite you, if you haven't been or you haven't been to one of those, I think your constituents would appreciate seeing you there, getting their feelings and information. I know the mayor has been there, Trustee Daddy's been there. I haven't been to all of them, so some of you may have been there that I haven't been at. But if you haven't been there, please come out and support those who are there. Thank you.
Thank you. 18 seconds left.
Next is Kay Sparks, followed by Ed Arling.
Hey Sparks, 2169 Apple Valley Road. I'm going to share with you tonight my personal experience as it's not related to the Housing and Human Services, so don't blame them. You are fully aware that the landscaping at Lions Valley townhomes is never started. So it's unfinished and it's been in limbo for a year. And if you've driven through, it definitely looks like it never got started, except for the weeds. The residents are really quite eager for landscaping to happen and have volunteered with Summit several times to work with them if they could. My experience was I've had community members and specifically the neighbors in the neighborhood adjacent to Lions Valley townhomes say that they were disappointed that the residents didn't maintain that landscaping. They feel it's the residents' responsibility. And you and I know it is Summit's. And so what I'm asking you to do is to let the community know, either as individuals or perhaps as the board, to get the word out. And I know you're working on it. I know that your administration is to update people. I'm letting people know that don't dump on the residents.
they'd work at it very much, so. And if you do share, you know, you can always give the contact information for Summit and people could contact them directly, just saying. Thanks.
Thank you.
Yes, next is Ed Arling, followed by Jocelyn Farrell.
Good evening, thank you. I want to thank Cassidy
Excuse me,
and,
could you just state your name and address for the record, please?
oh yeah,
Thank you.
Ed Arling, 601.5 Indian Lookout Road, Lyons. I want to thank all the efforts put out by everybody on the noise issue. I was at the, in the back of the room. I couldn't hear everything at your, workshop, but I did write a letter and you got it in your package. And I want to thank Cassidy and Victoria for meeting with us last week and all your efforts tonight. It was hard to hear everything back there and I heard permits and doing sound studies and things like that. And I support all that. I think it's all really good. The one thing I did hear that kind of triggered me a little bit was setting a standard at residents or the complainant's property line. And I don't really agree with that. I think it'd be really good if you took your effort and set a standard at the source. And that'll make a level playing field for all the venues in town. And the reason I say that is because if there is a complaint, and hopefully we won't have too many going forward, but if there is, and someone's gonna measure it, they should measure it at the source, the property line. It's sort of like what we have in the current municipal code. And that does a lot of things. It makes it a level playing field for all the venues that are gonna generate sound, so you don't have one pushing out 80 decibels, another 120. And at the 121, they said, well, we never get any complaints, so we can, you know, turn the volume up to 8. And the other guy's at 6 and he's getting complaints. So if you measure it at the source, scientifically, it makes more sense. And administratively, it makes more sense as well, because you won't be giving a permit out to a venue without a limit. You can't just say, here's your permit, you can make as much sound as you want until we get a complaint. You tell everybody what the limit is. So whether it's 75 or 80 or whatever the number is, you guys can figure that out. The other thing I like about that is that if there is a complaint, the sheriff doesn't have to run around town. He goes right to the source. He measures it there. And if there's an issue, he's right there and he tells them, turn it down. And then it's over really quick. So that's my only concern. I'd like to share that with you. Measure it at the source, issue your permit for X amount of decibels at the source. And I think we'll all be in a level playing field if we do it that way. So thank you.
Thank you.
I have Jocelyn Farrell, followed by Crystal DeCosta.
Each person.
Hi, it's so good to see all of you, and everybody else here. So my name is Jocelyn Farrell. I live at 140 Stone Canyon Drive. Good evening, Mayor and Trustees. I have recently been appointed for a part-time position with the Lyons Creative District. They were invited to apply to the Colorado Creative Initiative to become a district. This was a project that the state put on hold for about 2 years. And since we got the application on March 28th, we are fast and furious and excited, but under a lot of pressure to fill out this application, which is due May 6th. So I'm coming to you on behalf of the Creative District, Lyons Creative District, to seek your support. We are asking for a formal endorsement to pursue the official certification through CCI, Colorado Creative Initiative. Just to give everybody a little bit of background, the Lyons Creative District is a product of years of grassroots collaboration and planning. We are also close to serving as a vital hub for creativity, economic opportunity, and community identity. Certification will bring recognition, funding, and statewide visibility, but it requires a formal municipal support. So specifically in the packet that I have provided, and I actually emailed everybody, I didn't expect that you would have had a chance to read it today. But there is asking for a letter of support, stating that Lions Creative District is an integral asset to the community. And then I also took the liberty of writing a draft ordinance that you may refer to if you like, recognizing that the district is an official entity of the town of Lyons. Ideally, it would be nice if this were to be in your packet on May 5th for approval, because my deadline is to submit the letter of support and an ordinance the next morning. So in an effort to directly align this support, it is with the 23 comprehensive plan. It includes goals around arts, public space, tourism, and placemaking. So with your support, we can take this transformative step together. Thank you kindly.
Thank you. Crystal DeCoster, followed by Zach Tucker.
I'm Crystal DeCoster. I live at 113 Fifth Avenue, Lyons, Colorado. You'll see a packet. I'm bumper to bumper with Jocelyn because I too am with the Lyons Creative District efforts. We have a two-pronged approach. If you turn to the second page of the little packet, in summary, I'm looking for the LCD is looking for the BOT to grant the Lyons Creative District their official permission to use the Visitor Center current physical address of 350 Broadway, Lyons, Colorado, as the LCD's required physical address is for the purpose of application. Previously, the former address for Western Stars Gallery was used, and I am not able to use that anymore. Well, the second thing is, can the LCD continue the conversation that got left off a couple of years ago? No fault of our own. It was the Colorado Creative Industries went kind of in a hiatus in their awarding of creative district certification due to many reasons, but no fault of our own. So that was put on a hiatus, but at that time, we were ready to submit, and we had begun the discussions about the LCD beginning to use the visitor center as a hub for the LCD. So those are my two questions. May we adapt and use the address of the visitor center in our application, which, as you know, is due May 6th. And may we continue our conversation about the possibilities of exploring the use of the Lyons Visitor Center as the hub for the Lyons Creative District. Some of the groundwork had been done in that there was an election regarding issue 2H, and it was setting the groundwork for change of use. I don't know if I'm saying it right, but for the Sandstone Park to be allowed to be a cultural arts use and for a nonprofit. So that groundwork is in place, and that's what the documents attached refer to. So thank you for your time, and we're excited. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I have Zach Tucker.
Hello, I am Zach Tucker, 1804 Tyler Avenue in Longmont, but I'm here on behalf of Planet Bluegrass. First off, I actually want to express Planet Bluegrass's support for Crystal and the whole creative district effort. That's been a really awesome thing. And so any way that the town is able to support that through providing space, I think is really important. And I think it really speaks a lot to the town backing up the arts and the businesses that are part of the arts that really are what make Lyons such a special place to be and such a special place to live. And so I just wanted to express that support on behalf of Planet Bluegrass. And then I also wanted to speak a little bit about the noise ordinance stuff. I'm very grateful that a lot of the businesses that are affected kind of came together to have some discussions about this. Of course, you know, anything that this is what puts food on all our tables. So we're obviously want to be here for all these discussions and part of this and seeking a reasonable outcome. And so I just wanted to offer a couple of thoughts and perspectives based on a lot of the discussion I heard. First off, I wanted to offer the opposite thought on measuring decibels at the property line of the complaining party. We, as the business community, really do think that that's the correct approach. And I think that looking at the survey data really speaks to that too. And Trustee Dowdy pointed out that, you know, it's really not a problem for so many people in town. For a vast majority of people in town, this is not a problem. However, I also understand the concern that it is a major problem for some people. And so I think measuring the sound at the property line of the complaining party is the perfect way to recognize both of those facts. And that really lets us pinpoint and solve the problem where there is a problem, but doesn't try to, you know, create undue burden or anything on businesses where there is not a problem. It doesn't mean we're limiting sound when there's just a sidewalk along the property line or a ton of open space if someone's not being impacted. And then additionally, I just wanted to speak to there's a lot of discussion about the timing and taking baseline measurements in the off season to compare it to the on season. And I'm a little worried about comparing off season measurements to on season measurements because that baseline is going to be different. And so our off season baseline, way less traffic in town. And so it's going to be a lower baseline than what we'd be working with in the on season. In addition to that, things like temperature and pressure outside really affect how sound travels. So taking those measurements in the wintertime or even in the springtime when it's far cooler at night are going to change how the sound travels and how it's perceived around the neighbors. So I would definitely think that making sure we have a baseline that's established in the season that we're hoping to regulate would be the best approach there. So, thank you.
Thank you very much.
And that's all I have for audience business, unless someone didn't get to sign up. That's okay, you want audience business too, and I have Valerie Kennedy.
I thought she asked us to wait if we wanted to talk about.
Oh, yes, oh, okay, because you didn't write what it was for, I wasn't sure.
Well, because we started. Versus audience business. Yeah.
Hi, Chris Lee, 629 First Avenue. Back again for all this noise ordinance, but it seems like we're getting to a solution, which is nice. I'd like to go back when we're going through that process for the PUD, because I did a lot of recording in town. And that went from kids in the park, Jake breaks, lawnmowers in every venue in town. And I've got all that recorded. And it's interesting to me that I quite often went from meetings here on a Monday and then I go through town during the week. And those that were opposing me were at venues listening to music. And I recorded all of those venues. And they were happy to listen to music at 85 to 95 decibels. And there was never a complaint. I think we need to be careful that all these venues in town that pay their property taxes, sales taxes, and employ people aren't impacted. And venues such as Planet Bluegrass, the Farmette, and Riverbend, we bring a lot of people to town. I think we just have to be careful. We need to really understand what those decibel levels are. And if you think of 55 decibels, that's where we're at right now. But Stand by the River, it's 65 decibels. Stand by the Road, it's 75 decibels. So once again, going back to that history of what I've recorded, that every time I went to a venue, the opposing parties were very happy listening to music that was 85 to 95 decibels. So I have a lot more to say, but I just think that's, at this point, that's what I'd like to say. No, we'll touch on one thing is we are a Main Street town in Colorado. And this week I had the opportunity to do a promotional video. And it's to me, it's sort of contradictory that we're trying to promote the town as a Main Street town. And now we're trying to add restrictions to these businesses in town. So I think we just need to be careful to support those businesses. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Keith Johnson.
Hello, I'm Keith Johnson. I live at 733 Upper Fifth Avenue. And I just wanted to chime in on the noise ordinance. And I didn't hear all the stuff that happened in the pre-meetings, but basically my concerns are basically are around just in the past, years and years ago, there was a lot less musical events going on. And I think a lot of the issues, as far as music goes, obviously traffic's a huge issue too. But as far as the music venues go, it's just that there's a lot more venues making music and a lot more frequently. And it's just the amount of cumulative music that's going on throughout the whole summer is a factor. So I think that, so like Planet Bluegrass, they do festivals. They only have usually 2 festivals a year. They're very loud, very predictable, and everybody knows it's happening. But like venues that are doing multiple shows per week all summer long, that's a lot more actually, they might not be as loud, but it's a lot more invasive into the people who live around there because it's continuously happening all the time. So one thing to consider is, you can measure decibels, but I think it's really difficult, like Chris was saying, because rushing water makes a lot of decibel noise, but it's very different than like a bass line or something like that. That might be the same amount, so it affects people differently. So you can measure all you want, but it doesn't necessarily always give you the information. I mean, it's different to what you perceive in your brain than what a little measuring tool is going to tell you the decibel level is. So just something to consider about like the frequency, the amount of events going on, the amount of places doing it, and the challenges of measuring it. And then creating some kind of feedback loop so that if there is an issue, there's some way to resolve it in the next season or something like that. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Okay, anybody else? Okay, well, now is the time for the board to respond. So we heard some feedback from earlier from the workshop that some of you are having trouble hearing us because we don't have amplification. So I'm gonna ask the board to speak up, and if you cannot hear us, do me a favor and just wave your hand and we'll try harder. Okay. Trustee Hamrick?
I'm not gonna comment specifically on the noise ordinance, but I appreciate the residents' input. I appreciate the businesses' input. I'm optimistic that we can come up with something that's workable for both sides. So I think there's been good dialogue in the past. I think we've had some good dialogue in the workshop. And so I think if we continue on and everybody goes in with the open mind, we can come up with something workable for all.
I agree with Trustee Hamrick. I appreciate town putting together a survey and getting feedback from how many was it? 360 residents, I believe. And I also can appreciate that there are certain locations in town that may get more noise nuisance. So I'm glad we're taking a look at this. I know it's tricky to get down. I appreciate all the suggestions, especially the demonstration of decibels in the courtyard. I think it's true. We all kind of have to be on the same page as to what is 50, what is 60, what is 65, what is 70. I literally pulled up a photo earlier, Chris, of you measuring on your phone the decibels at the Hootenanny last year. There was 84. And I think we were about maybe 25 or 30 feet away from the source. So this question of whether we measure at the source or not, I think this will be good for discussion later. Gail, I'm so glad you brought up the book launch for All About Town. I remember interviewing Laverne at the time about how she felt about an author writing a book about her life, and she was really tickled that it was going to inspire children. This is a children's book, I believe, and so she was really tickled that her work and her life could inspire younger children. And of course, I encourage everybody to show up for the Stone Canyon restoration. I'll be there Saturday morning. And of course, to the protest if you're around at noon on Saturday. Kay, thank you so much for bringing up the landscaping at Lions Valley Townhomes. I was actually planning on bringing that up in my trustee report. So I have a few follow-up questions for that. And I do think it's important to remind residents that tenants would love to be in charge of their landscaping. And we really shouldn't be pointing fingers at the tenants when they really have no control over the landscaping. This is really a Summit Housing responsibility. And of course, the Lions Creative District is really an exciting opportunity, especially after it being on hold for 2 years. I had totally forgotten about the visitor center as a hub, so I guess that was in 2022 that we had already discussed that. Did we approve that at the time? I feel like it went through the resolution, there's a resolution, right?
Was it rezoning?
Yeah.
I'll look it up. Forward.
Yeah, I think that's what you've included here. So thank you for that reminder. I think so long as the people at the Lions Creative District are able to answer passersby's questions about where to go for lunch and which trail to take or where to go for a picnic, I feel comfortable with that idea. And I think that's all.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Trustee Will?
Could you hear me?
Yeah, thank you.
I just wanted to reassure Kay that I live close to Summit and there isn't anybody in my neighborhood who puts the onus for that landscaping on the residents. Everybody knows the burden of that falls directly on Summit. So there's no blame against any of the residents there for keeping that up. Everybody knows who the fault lies with. And as for Crystal's idea about using the visitor center, that's a great idea. Every time I walk by there, I look at it and think what that place could be. And I hope that we approve the use of that for the Lions Creative District. So
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you all for your comments. A number of these will come up later and I'll comment on them at that time.
Trustee Brownie?
Same here. Thank you all for coming out, and particularly on the noise ordinance, I'll have some comments to make when we reach that in the agenda.
Trustee Bellman?
Thank you all for coming out. And I thought that all the different sides, but the noise ordinance all have points. And all the locations are unique. And it really is such a hard decision on what is right and what is wrong. Every time I hear someone think, oh, I wanna vote that direction, then I hear someone else and they go, same thing, so it is really difficult. And then with visitor center, I think that's a great idea.
Thank you. I'll just echo the thanks for coming and speaking to us tonight. And we've got plenty to discuss. It's a long agenda, so you're all welcome to stay all night long if you want, or you can go home and watch it online. Administrator Simonson?
I think the only item I would like to follow up with is what format we want to address the Lions Creative District requests, since they are on a tight timeline. I'd like to meet with Jocelyn if I can to find out about this ordinance, because an ordinance takes 2 readings.
Right. And
so we need to take a look at how you would like to address that to make that successful, if that's the direction the board decides to go. Other than that, I don't know if you want comments on Summit right now. I did let Kay know, she contacted me directly. I do have a meeting on Monday with Paul Capps and their landscape person. I am going to, and Aaron knows this, they had submitted a plan to remove any of the dead trees in the front and replace them all with a blue spruce. And I told him that is not going to work. The trees are already very close to the sidewalk. A blue spruce is not going to work in those locations. His other plan was to put rock in all the front yards, the entire area. And so I expressed to him as well that we don't have any standards. We don't have landscaping standards on single family homes. So technically he could do that. I did share with him that as the town who provides parks and lots of public areas in town, the rock areas are one of the hardest to maintain. And I think you would agree with that, Trustee Lowe. We have so much wind here that weed seeds blow and they get lodged, and it is a lot. And you either would have to pick all of those by hand or you would have to spray herbicide. And so he did agree to meet with me on Monday and brainstorm some other options for the front yards. The back of the yards, they did hydro seed over the last 2 weeks. Unless there is rain or irrigation, I don't expect that to be very successful either. But we are going to talk, and I did ask Director Cosgrove to meet with us, as he has taken many of our park properties from gravel lots to beautiful areas. So we're hoping that maybe we can brainstorm some ideas here. And that meeting will happen next Monday.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Appreciate that.
Sure.
Okay. All right, let's move on then to staff reports. Boulder County Sheriff's Office, Sergeant Christian.
He is not here. As you know, Sergeant Sears is on a leave until June. I have been notified by the commanding officer that Sergeant Bill Christ will be our liaison in his absence. Some of you may, Sergeant Christ was our sergeant prior to Sergeant Sears, so he knows Lions. He is currently on some limitations at work, so he agreed to come and he'll be our liaison during this time period.
Will we see him at the next meeting in May?
Hopefully, I thought he would be here tonight.
Okay.
But he might be on some limitations physically right now, so he may have. So I don't have any reports though. I do know that we had pretty significant graffiti under both of the McConnell bridges recently. Enough so that it had to be hired out and was around $3,000 to clean up. Which really eats into our maintenance budget for our parks and our public facilities. And so there is an open investigation going there. It was not gang-like graffiti. It seemed to be pretty immature graffiti. And they think it is probably spring fever locally. Go ahead.
Which bridge?
Both of them,
So are they underneath in the arches under the first one?
yes,
And then underneath on the newer one?
yes, both. But they're clean now.
Yeah, I noted that there's an empty camera case directed to the arched bridges.
Yes,
That hasn't been populated. I think that was, remember we had the electric cable cut there? I think
Yes.
that's why.
we are planning to do a game camera. As you know, once they know they're there, they take those out too. So Dave does have that on his plans to try to relocate a new game camera that might not be as visible.
And I know Sergeant Sears was dedicated to solving this case last summer. I expect that.
It will continue.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Administrator report, please.
Oh, thanks. In my administrator's report, I won't go through all this with the long agenda, but we do have progress being made on both our collection agencies, getting situated to start collecting on unpaid municipal court. As of right now, we have over $10,000 outstanding in fines that is due to us. So Dolores or Town Clerk Vasquez will be working on that, as well as getting the request for proposals out for the scanning of all town records. We did an initial count of how many pieces of paper need to be scanned, and the rough version is 1 million. 1 million pieces of paper. So while that RFP is out, we are going to make a very concerted effort internally to purge and clean up files for duplication before that gets here, because it will be on a either per sheet or per hour basis, depending on the bid. And we need to reduce that number. In regard, oh, go ahead.
I was going to say, according to my math, that's about 10 cents a copy.
I did want to give an update on online utility billing, and my report went out before I filled in that section. If you recall, we did an effort to notify the public about going to online bill paying. During that 6 weeks or so, we did get 240 people to sign up. The good news is we now have about 840 total accounts are now online billing. The bad news is we have over 1,200 accounts. So we are only at about 67% of accounts are online. So we still have about 33% that will be paying the $2 a month fee. Looking at that from a administrative perspective, that does appear that that will about cover the time that will take to print, stuff, mail those accounts. So we'll keep working on it, but I wanted to give you an update. Parks and Public Works, you have a large section in your report. I'll wait to see if any of you have questions. But this is a really busy time preparing for Memorial Day weekend is when things really start taking off. So this month is when we get everything prepped. Also, I do want to bring up the pavement rehabilitation improvements. That bid is ready to go out for chip seal and overlay for hopefully the month of June is what we're shooting for to do that work. Our engineer is interested in putting out not only the base bid, but also seeing if we can get add-on bids for areas where we could possibly do curb and some sidewalk tie-ins where we're missing them. And so if the board is okay with that, I'd like to put out the initial base bid we've talked about that's in your packet and have an alternate bid to include some areas that would significantly improve, especially in Old Town north of Main. So I have that packet if any of you want to look at it. But we'd like to get that out tomorrow if possible, if I can maybe get a nod from the board about that.
Are you okay with the alternate bid including? Yeah.
We usually discussed that to some extent with the town engineer at their last meeting and they were in favor of it, so.
Okay, great. We will get that out tomorrow. There was a follow-up to the dumpster on the Stacy parcel near Prospect. That was brought up last time. And then Trustee Delman, I'll let you give the park update. It's in my report. And the EAB report. And other than that, I think Gil covered a couple of things coming up. So I did put in a first update from our new code compliance officer. We can come up with a format if there's a different type of format you'd like to see. He has really hit the ground running and is doing a good job. He has a really nice approach to folks, just in educating and informing and requesting. One of the ways that he has made significant changes, we have now 72 golf cars registered. Prior to that, we literally had a couple dozen. He still thinks there's about 20 left that he sees parked in driveways and garages that aren't. So I think we're close to 100 golf cars in town. And this is a one-time, not an annual. It's just for the owner so that we know who owns it, if it's found on the side of the road or they have trouble, they know who to contact, and to know that they understand the rules of where they can and cannot travel and the rules about seat belts and slow moving vehicles. So he's doing a good job on this, and he is planning hopefully to take his building permit test this first couple weeks of May. So that's an update on that. Any questions on the items I didn't cover or did cover?
Any questions?
I have a couple of questions. First, when are we having a golf cart parade? Because according to my calculation, that's about 10% of households have a golf cart. It's true. So that's very exciting. I mean, have we been proclaimed a golf cart town now?
We'll work on that.
Okay, because I know like Arbor Day is coming or. So I'm like, what about golf cart town? Okay, that's very exciting. And I do have a question, and I don't know if I should wait when we start talking about Parks and Rec Commission, but it was more to do with the Stacy parcel and rezoning to POS and what that looks like, and could you define passive recreation and how do we come up with the name, and so more like procedural questions. Sure. I don't know if we want to do that during the trustee report or.
Let's wait.
Okay,
Yeah.
yeah.
That's you all.
I'm a guy who's old enough to remember what a wooden nickel was.
Yes.
But I see the community relations program here on the wooden nickel program.
Mhm.
Can you tell me what that's about?
Yeah, Kim did give an update on that a couple weeks ago, but we're going to start a program, with the business community that, is Kim still in there? Lisa, is Kim in there? That a wooden nickel will be equal to $5 of savings. And you can use it at any business that is participating. And so when I forgot how we acquire the wooden nickel. Kristen, are you here? No, here there. I think I can buy one, so if I wanna go buy $20 worth, I can like give them to an employee to get $5 off. Or business, you can use them in any business, but you can earn them or purchase them. I think when you spend a certain dollar amount, you get one.
Gotcha.
And then you can use that $5 off elsewhere.
Well, that's great.
I had considered at one point, and I think I suggested it to Kim, that something be given out to all the park visitors to drive them to the local business.
That could be the wooden
I don't know
nickel.
if that's a consideration. Sure.
Yeah, that's a great idea. I'll make sure she knows that. She's probably listening.
We did something like that during COVID and it was effective, if I remember correctly.
It works.
Yeah. Give people free money and it works. Any other questions for Administrator Simonson?
Just a quick comment. I appreciated the enforcement, the code compliance officer's report. I think putting that in report form lets people know that if they do need to make a complaint about something, that it will be investigated. And I think there's a methodology of giving people a chance to comply, kind of a warning first before issuing citations. I think sometimes people think it won't do any good, so they don't make a phone call or send an email, but you can read that report and see that the complaints, whether appropriate, are being taken seriously. So I think that was a welcome addition to the report.
Great, thank you. Okay, legal update, Attorney Dittman.
Thank you so much. Just want to give a rundown on some of the state bills that are out there right now. We're getting towards the end of the session. And luckily, because of the budget crisis the state is in, that prevents a lot of the many of the last second bills from getting very far. But there are still a number of pieces of legislation out there that we're tracking for various reasons. Want to start with SB 25001, which is the Voting Rights Act bill that's out there. This would rewrite basically the municipal election code in Colorado. Has a lot of different problems for statutory towns in particular. One of which is it may push us to start having fall elections, which is non-traditionally how we and most statutory municipalities have done their elections. There was a amendment introduced by the Clerks Association to prevent some of the provisions from applying to towns that are 3,000 people. So obviously that'd be Lyons, but much of the bill was still applied to us, including the ability for citizens to sue the town for alleged violations of voting rights, with not a whole lot of parameters on that. And so this is one that CML is very much against, very much working towards amending, but something that we're going to have to keep watching and potentially changing a lot of the ways we do elections if it does pass.
Thank you.
Any questions on that one?
I'll just say that I testified in committee in an amend position on that bill.
Yep.
And I'm not sure it made any difference at all.
Yeah, certainly, a problem, some of those provisions. One bill I want to point out, I think particularly for Trustee Dottie, because you brought up this question in the past about whether or not we as a municipality can enforce habitability, covenants for different properties about, if someone's saying that it's unlivable for a variety of different reasons. Traditionally, only the tenants have the ability to enforce that. However, there is a piece of legislation, working its way through, the State House right now, SB 25020, which would give municipal authorities, including the town, the ability to enforce the warrant of habitability and seek receivership in extreme cases. And so that would certainly expand our toolbox for those sorts of situations. And because, something's been brought up in the past, I wanted to specifically point that out. A bill that my office has been working on very directly is the local government permitting of wireless facilities legislation, which is HB 25-1056. For the town's purposes, what you need to be worried about with this bill is it rewrites a lot of the shot clocks that we live under for the permitting of wireless facilities. These are already very aggressive under federal law, and this shortens those timeframes for the larger macro facilities in particular, below what the federal law would otherwise require. And so that's a real problem for us. There's also an open question whether or not we can require permits whenever there's a modification being done to a wireless facility. And so you can imagine, the small cells have been deployed in town. If someone needed to close a lane of traffic to modify that facility in some way, at least on its face, this bill would say that it wouldn't even need a permit to do traffic closure to do that. And so that's obviously a very big problem. This bill is not 100% final yet, but by all means, it's going to pass. We've been working, trying to get clarifications on it, but I think there's a good chance we'll all have to start rewriting our codes with regards to wireless facilities, here fairly soon once this goes into place. And the last one I want to point out, which you've probably heard about in the news, is the CORA bill that went through, SB 25007. It was passed out of the General Assembly. What it would do is a mostly good bill, which would extend a lot of the timeframes for responding to CORA requests, and also, tamp down on the more frivolous types of CORA requests, or the CORA requests that are specifically being asked by corporations attempting to sell us products, which happens in waves, it seems like, sometimes. Governor Polis did veto that bill. I still don't quite understand why he vetoed that bill. However, it seems like there's a good chance that the state assembly may override that veto. And so, we'll keep an eye on that one, as it may impact what we do for CORA. But just want to give you an update on some of the bigger bills that we've been looking at, with regards to municipalities, at least on the General Assembly. And of course, we'll give a full update when the session is over here in a few weeks.
Thank you. I believe Governor Polis vetoed that bill because there was a question about treating journalists differently than the general public, and a question about who defined what a journalist was. I think that was this, but it may get overridden. So, all right. Any other questions for Attorney Dittman? No. Okay, great. Thank you very much. All right, let's move on to ordinances and public hearings. So first up is second reading and public hearing. Ordinance 1181, an ordinance of the Town of Lyons, Colorado, amending Chapter 16, Article 10 of the Lyons Municipal Code concerning accessory dwelling units. Attorney Dittman, are you going to take this one?
Yeah, I'm going to take this one this time. So we've been dealing with this piece of legislation here for quite some time. The intent here was to update our municipal code to comply with the new ADU requirements we were put in place last year by the General Assembly. From the beginning of us working on this code to now, we have a new planner, which is great, which has a lot of experience with DOLA in particular, and implementing that piece of legislation. At the last meeting, several kind of issues were raised about potential improvements or modifications to that ordinance. And us as staff, and I think the board thought also then it may be better go back and look at this again and do some kind of further refinement now that we have some more in-house expertise on this. And so what we are recommending here today, just to really start over from a clean slate, with a slightly revised, but still significantly revised in terms of substance version of this ordinance. And so what I would be asking for the board is that after we open a public hearing, as we're required to do, and that public hearing closes, there be a motion in a second to not pass this ordinance, which would, put this version of the ordinance, to bed forever. There's other procedural things we could do, but it leaves open the possibility of that bill reviving somehow. And so this is the most definitive way to kind of open up room for the new version of this one, which will have a new ordinance number and everything else. But that's our recommendation in terms of process here, is just to vote this one down because it's the cleanest and most definitive way to deal with it.
Thank you. Are there questions for Attorney Jetman about this? No? Okay, then I will open the public hearing on ordinance 1181. Anybody like to address the board about ordinance 1181, which is ADUs? Okay, I'll close the public hearing and I will make a motion that we do not pass this ordinance on second reading. Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Okay, I'll call for the vote. A yes vote means that we are not passing this ordinance.
And that motion passes unanimously.
Okay, thank you. Now it's confusing. I don't think we've ever had to do that. No.
I can remember one other time we've done this, at least in my tenure,
Yeah.
we've done it at least once.
Okay. Maybe this board has, I don't know. Okay. So next up is a number of second reading and public hearings regarding rezoning. Attorney Jitman, would you like to give a general introduction to all of these to explain the process? I was going to.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'll give the very kind of broad process and a few kind of tips for the public and for the board too concerning these. So the general process here is a staff report followed by questions of staff. We have the town is the applicant, so there's no applicant testimony in this one, but we'll go to a public hearing. Public comment should be confined to that particular property. And so if you have comments on, I'll just pick one out here, L Hill Lot 1, you can't, put that on L Lot 3's public hearing, or it can't be considered as part of that record. So make sure when you give public comment, both for the board and its discussions and also for the public, that it specifically relates to the public hearing we're in at this time, because we can't do them all at once. We have to do them separately. So once we do the public hearing, we'll do our standard.
Hold on 1 second. I just want to make sure folks in the room can hear that. And okay, great. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, just go ahead.
So after we close the public hearing, first, second discussion, vote on that particular property, and then move on to the next one. And so that's the general process. Any questions on the process?
Any questions from the board? No? Okay, great. Thank you.
You ready?
Yeah.
Okay, staff report.
Oh, can I before we start, can I do one more thing as well?
Yeah.
So I know there may be some disclosures that we need to be made in relation to the various public hearings that are before us tonight. If there is a disclosure to be made by the board on a particular property, again, these are all property related, that should be done before that starts. That particular property's public hearing starts. It should be done at the very beginning. And if there were to be a recusal or a motion to recuse, that should also be done before we get into the item. And so that way the person who's disqualified, if that were to happen, can't participate in that particular public hearing. So that may not be the case for this first property, but I just want to make that clear. If there's any for the future properties, that would be the process.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Yep.
Are there any disclosures anyone would like to make for this item, which is L Hill Lot 3 rezoning? Okay, please go ahead.
Okay, for the next 4 items, I'm going to give a brief just background on all of them, and then we'll take the public hearing one by one. But for folks that have not been involved up to this date, the 4 lots that we're talking about initially are all located within Lions Valley Park subdivision. 4 of the lots, which we call the L Hill lots. There's one large lot of 40, oh, I had that, nearly 40 acres, where the L is painted on the hill. That's the L Hill. That is the largest lot we're going to be talking about tonight. And then there's 2 small lots right below it that are inaccessible from any access points that we just need to kind of clean up. And we have those called lot 2 and lot 3 of the L Hill. And then the other lot that is, we'll have a public hearing on regarding Lions Valley Park is the McConnell Triangle lot. And that is the lot, although its address says, what is it, Red Gulch Road? Got the one that's Red Gulch Road. Or County Road 69. It is located just south of the McConnell Bridge at the intersection of McConnell and McConnell. So those are the 4 lots that we're gonna start with this background. All 4 of those lots were actually deeded to the town by Lions Valley Park Incorporated. And sometimes we refer to those as the Keith Bell lots, because he was the president of that corporation and specifically wanted to deed those to the town. As we know all too well, that was a process that took many, many years. And once he passed, his estate was able to get that deed. The estate quit claim deed all 4 of those lots to the town. However, the lots were not necessarily zoned as the Board of Trustees wanted them to be. So we'll take these one by one, but the first lot, the large, what we call lot 3, is the largest lot where the painted L is actually on the hill. That is currently zoned agriculture, A1. The Board of Trustees asked staff to pursue rezoning of these lots. They had given a suggested way, zoning to start the process, but rezoning lies with the Planning Commission. And so this lot went to the Planning Commission as an agriculturally zoned lot and a request to rezone it to parks and open space. So we have had a first reading on this lot. And it did pass to move forward to this public hearing to rezone the large L Hill lot from ag zoning to parks and open space. And that's what we're hearing tonight.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Are there questions for staff about this lot?
Go ahead.
Specific to this lot,
Mhm.
but also to the other lots that
Yes.
are indicated in here. In the agenda packet, we have something called a written statement.
Yes.
It's wonderful information. It just doesn't have any attribution. Who wrote that?
It's one of the requirements of rezoning. When you go through the rezoning checklist of all the requirements, it said that a written statement is to be presented on each of the lots.
So by staff.
It was written by staff. I think you were the start on it. Cassidy started on it as planning staff.
Okay,
And it's been adapted slightly, but not a lot.
that's all I know.
Yep, okay, great.
Any other questions? Okay, then I'm going to open the public hearing for ordinance 1182, the L Hill lot. Would anybody like to address the board about that?
The large L Hill. Oh,
And if you could state your name and address again, please, and everybody will have.
Bill Sparks, 2169 Apple Valley Road. As I mentioned during the first hearing on other ones in this list, one of the things we've learned when you put the street address on these various parcels as 0, whatever the street name is on there, there are other parcels in town with those same addresses. Having been a former lawyer and have done some real estate work, I will recommend to you that you delete the street address from here and rely on the parcel number address, which will accomplish the same thing and eliminate possible confusion in the future. So my recommendation is on each of the ones you're gonna have public hearing on, I can come up and say the same thing on each one, but my comments apply to all 4 of these.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else like to speak on this item? Okay, I'll close the public hearing and entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion.
You got it.
Make a motion to pass, make a motion on ordinance 1182, an ordinance of the town of Lyons, Colorado, rezoning zero red belt road Lyons parcel number 1203190000031 R0515224, parenthetically L Hill Lot 3, town of Lyons to EOS Parks and Open Space.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, any discussion on this item? All right, I'll call for the vote.
And that motion passes unanimously.
Great, thank you, everybody. You want to keep that, that brings us to the second reading and public hearing of ordinance 1183, which is the rezoning of 0 McConnell Drive, L Hill Lot 1 to Parks and Open Space.
Okay, this is a lot that is below the L Hill. It's between the L Hill and the first 4 homes on McConnell Drive nearest the high school. This lot is inaccessible from any roadway and has also been zoned. It's lot 2, agricultural, no, it's been zoned.
L lot 1 is Parks and Open Space.
No, it's currently zoned low density residential,
Oh.
R1.
Yep.
However, it doesn't meet all the requirements for that type of zoning. The board recommended consideration of Parks and Open Space for this one as well. It did go to the Planning Commission. They agreed with that designation. There was some discussion about all of these lots and whether they should be considered passive recreation, meaning that there would be no structures and no, I do have a formal definition we ended up coming up with, but there'd be non-motorized vehicles only allowed on it, no structures, and really used to enjoy open space versus any recreation amenities, except trails. So this would, the public hearing would be to rezone this from low density residential to Parks and Open Space.
Thank you. Any questions for staff? Attorney Devon?
Yeah, just a quick comment. Responding to Mr. Sparks's comment, we did include in each of the ordinances in several places, both the parcel number and the page number from the county. Just kind of belt and suspenders approach here. And of course, if these do get developed, a lot of them will be, readdressed. And so if they're actually used, the address issue should resolve itself.
All right, with that, I will open the public hearing for ordinance 1183. Anybody like to address the board about this ordinance? No? Okay. I will close the public hearing and entertain a motion.
Ordinance 1183, an ordinance of the town of Lyons, Colorado, rezoning 0 McConnell Drive. Parcel number 1203191340006 R060787089. L Lot 1, town of Lyons to EOS Parks and Open Space.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, any discussion? Go ahead.
I just want to reiterate to the audience and anybody listening at home that the L Hill lot, this lot, as well as the next smaller lot that's coming up in the lineup, all of these were to have been deeded over to the town at the time that Lyons Valley Park was created. They fell by the wayside for a number of years. We're finally doing some cleanup here. The lot that's in question up there on the screen now, as well as the smaller one that we're going to talk about next, they all form a, for lack of a better term, I call it the outlot. There are other outlots extending to the south and east from those lots, and they're all part of the already deeded over Lions Valley Park outlot. So these three are more in the manner of a housekeeping, as it were.
Thank you. Any other comments from the board? Okay, I'll call for the vote.
And that motion passes unanimously.
Everybody? All right, and so next we have the second reading public hearing of ordinance 1184, which is the rezoning of El Hill Lot 2 to Town of Lyons Parks and Open Space.
That's correct. This is a very small parcel tucked between the two we just discussed. It's 0.21 acres and is also being recommended by the planning commission as well to be rezoned from ag to Parks and Open Space.
Any questions to staff about this one? All right, anybody like to speak to this one? Okay, that was the public hearing opened, it's now closed, and I will entertain a motion.
I move the ordinance 1184, an ordinance of the town of Lyons, Colorado, rezoning 0 parcel number 1203191000031 R0515213 El Hill Lot 2, town of Lyons, the POS Parks and Open Space.
There a second?
Second.
Any discussion on this one? Okay, we'll call for the vote.
And that motion passes unanimously.
You? Okay. That brings us to the second reading and public hearing of ordinance 1185, an ordinance of the town of Lyons, Colorado, rezoning 0 County Road 69, parcel number 1203220201014, R012947 Triangle Lot to M Municipal Facilities and Services. And so I'm going to demonstrate here for the board and the folks watching how disclosures go. So I'm going to first disclose that I received a number of emails about this issue. I did not read them. I read only what was included in the packet. And Attorney Dittman can explain what ex parte communication is in greater detail if I don't get it exactly right here. But we are only allowed to consider information that we are provided in the packet and at the hearing as a legal matter. So that's why we have a public hearing, so that we can hear from you all. So we are not allowed to consider anything or actually discuss any of the matters outside of this item at this meeting. So I'm disclosing that. I have no conflicts of interest or apparent conflicts of interest about this item. And then I'm just going to go around the board and have everybody make their disclosures if they have any about this item in particular, which is the triangle lot. I'll start with you.
I have no disclosures. I deleted all those emails that came in at that time.
Thank you. Trustee Datu.
I don't have any disclosures regarding this lot, but I did not think to delete my emails.
I
You don't
received
need to delete them, you're not supposed to read them, FYI, so.
The first one I read, and then I think I was advised, stop reading those.
I received emails in regard to this lot, not prior to the first reading of it. I did have some interplay with some of the, senders.
What do you mean by interplay?
I answered them. I answered their concerns.
Oh. Okay. Attorney Dittman, that's considered ex parte?
If it was on the matter at hand, it could be, yes.
Even though it occurred before the formal readings of these, this was in the early phase.
If it happened before it was read on first reading or before it was ever noticed as being, a public hearing, then no, it would not.
Okay.
But once it was noticed as a public hearing, at that point, anything becomes ex parte basically concerning the property.
So I have no concern.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem?
I have nothing to disclose personally. However, as it relates to both this lot, and the two Carter lots, because they are directly in the middle of Lions Valley Park, I do question whether it's appropriate for the chair of the homeowners association to be voting on these. That seems to me to be a conflict of interest on both of them, on each of those issues.
And
I'm not sure how that includes, because neither of these are lots within the HOA.
They immediately abut the HOA. Well, Carter does not. Triangle does.
There's not.
Let's see, Attorney Dittman, do you want to weigh in on this?
I'm just asking for a clarification. Is it the intent of the mayor pro tem to invoke Rule 8, which is requiring abstention?
I guess it is that. Yes.
You are invoking that?
Yes, I am invoking that.
Okay, is there a second?
Question? Is there a second? I'll second that.
Okay, so I guess we are voting now on whether the raised conflict for trustee Lowell rises to the level requiring disqualification for this item.
This is regarding a triangle lot only
Only regarding the
is-
triangle lot.
that we're on. Can you help the board understand what the level is according to Rule 8 for recusal?
I'll read Rule 8 for you, which is abstaining from vote. If a trustee has a personal, financial, or other conflict of interest or the appearance of impropriety which would affect public confidence in any matter to be voted upon or otherwise officially considered, deemed by the trustee to require abstention, then a brief statement of such disclosure shall be presented prior to any consideration of the matter by the board, and the abstaining trustee shall then physically remove him or herself from the board chambers. Upon full disclosure for the basis for renounced abstention, the requesting trustee may, however, choose not to recuse his or herself if the conflict of interest is not personal or financial. And this is the important part. Any trustee may request the board vote on the proprietary and necessity of abstention by his or herself or by another trustee. And so we're doing the last part of that.
Would you like to make a statement?
Yeah, I have no personal or proprietary or financial interest in the triangle lot. The fact that I'm the president of the Lions Valley Park HOA, we've never even talked about this in any of our communications amongst the HOA board. Never has come up.
I guess I'm looking for a statement on whether you feel like you can be impartial in this matter.
Yes, I can be impartial in this matter.
Any other discussion?
I still believe the appearance of conflict exists just in the position being held, and would prefer that the trustee recuse himself.
Go ahead.
My view of it is that if the HOA, being an officer in the HOA, if the HOA rules somehow affected the potential use or zoning of this property, I could see a conflict of interest, but if they're not even the HOA, I'm not sure that the HOA has any role to play whatsoever in this. And being HOA president and even living in the neighborhood, we've had that come up before, people suggesting that because you live in a neighborhood of that a zoning question relates to, should you have to recuse yourself? And the answer to that has always been no. And without any connection between the HOA and these properties, I can't see that these rises to the level of great impropriety or a conflict of interest.
Anyone else?
I guess I would say that even though it's something similar, it's still, I believe, separate, and I don't think it's impropriety.
I did not say impropriety, I said the appearance of impropriety. Which I
I
believe,
don't feel-
which I believe is enough of a bar to cause someone to recuse.
Can we clarify? I heard that it's not part of the HOA, or it is? This lot is not in the HOA?
No, never was.
It does about,
Excuse me?
it does about the HOA.
If it has been part of the HOA, it would have been properly deeded over to us. The triangle.
Yeah, I just thought it was, part of the original plat and HOA, so.
No, as a matter of fact, following on to my statements about the L lots being part of the LVP development, you all understand that that lot was retained by Keith Bell, was not part of the LVP agreement, and was in fact zoned business because he intended at some point to put a business on that lot, a small neighborhood
Yeah,
store.
you said
It doesn't belong to us. The lot immediately across the street, upon which is the large Lions Valley Park sign, that it does belong to the HOA, but not that lot.
Any other comments? Attorney Dittman, does trustee Lowell vote on this?
Yeah, you can vote on it. If you'd like to.
All right, then I will call for the vote.
And the vote is,
You need it.
The vote, well, the motion was for trustee Lowell to recuse himself. Correct me if I'm wrong, Attorney Dittman, and there was a second and we had discussion.
And so a green vote means he should recuse himself, and a red no
That
vote
would be
means he
correct.
should not.
Correct.
We'll make
That's
sure.
correct. Yep.
Yeah, okay.
And the motion fails, 6-1.
Thank you. All right, trustee Browning? Disclosures?
Oh, disclosures. Like you have received a number of emails. I have responded to several of them, but only to the extent of telling people that I did not read the content once I realized what it concerned, and I've tried to explain to a couple of the people why trustees don't, engage in ex parte communications with anyone about, matters that are quasi judicial. I think we should also say that this came before the board before, I can't remember how long ago now, 34 months ago, something like that. And at that time, there was no application pending to change the zoning. So it's my understanding, and there was discussion on the dais and with by email and with, in person with people at that time about a number of these issues. But I think since it went to the BCDC and a formal application was filed, I have tried to refrain from further communication. So there were communications during that prior time, but not since it's been a pending application.
Thank you. Trustee Dahlman?
So I have no disclosures. I did not delete them, but I not them.
Okay, great, thank you. Okay. With that, staff report, please.
Okay, this lot is, a little different in that it is not adjacent to the L Hill. It is, located, we talked about location. It is currently zoned business and, the Board of Trustees sent it to Planning Commission to consider municipal zoning to start the process. Initially, at first reading, the Planning Commission did not agree with that and wanted to present it as the potential of being R3 zoning. They felt that they had an obligation under our commitments under Prop 123 for housing, that all empty and infill lots should be considered for affordable housing. So they initially recommended that it be presented as R3. During the public hearing at their level, they did change their mind and they recommended that it come back to the Board of Trustees zoned municipal.
Okay, questions for staff? No questions. Okay, I will open the public hearing. on 1185, the Triangle Lot, Clark Vasquez.
I've got Megan Holstein and then Jocelyn Bankhauser following her.
Can I hold mine till 86 and 1187?
Okay, sure. So then Jocelyn.
Please state your name and address and you will have 4 minutes.
Jocelyn Bankhauser. I'm at 209 Cobblestone Court in Lyons. Thank you for having me and having public comment. I'm a little confused about the information that was provided prior to the original hearing. Am I supposed to restate all of that? If so,
This is a public hearing, so we've read the packet, so if it's in the packet, we've read it.
okay, all right,
But-
thank you for that clarity,
Yeah.
because it was confusing me. But I just wanted to state, and I'm here tonight to encourage you to continue to not build in our floodways, in our floodway or our floodplain. And a large portion of that property is in both the floodway and the floodplain. You're recommending municipal, but I do have concerns about it being municipal because it doesn't have to go to the vote of the people for the board to again change it back to residential if they want to, which I feel like there is a lot of distrust at this point of some of the transparency that may or may not have been happening. Under municipal, there can be caretaker housing on that property. And I worry that maybe there is an idea that something like that might be in the plan for the future. The affordable housing at all costs under the PCDC is very concerning to me. Our housing survey said that everyone in our community, not everyone, the majority of our community feels that we have enough affordable housing. I think we need more attainable housing, which is not the same thing. I asked for transparency around what the Proposition 1, 2, 3 goals are. I understand what the goals are. You've signed on to it, but ultimately, what is the town trying to accomplish? Is there going to be grant money that you're going to get? If this were to be a residential property, if any of these properties were residential, just asking for maybe additional information being presented around what is happening with that, and what those outcomes might be. Encourage you to look into the True North project in Longmont, although I did find out that the town did gift them the property recently, but smaller, more attainable housing sounds like might be our goals and plans. So if anything else, I am glad that you're making municipal and not going to build residential and build in the floodways, and encourage you also to move forward with our floodway certifications so that our residents do not have to pay the maximum flood insurance. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think that's it. That's all I have.
Would anyone else like to speak about the Triangle Lot this evening?
Valerie's still here?
Go ahead.
Oh, is this the lot you want?
I want to talk about Carter Drive
Okay, perfect.
on Dynamite.
Gotcha.
Sir, would you like to speak about this?
Well, I have just a question about it.
We won't go into back and forth with
Okay,
you, but,
that's all right.
okay, thank you. All right, with that, I will close the public hearing and entertain a motion.
I'm reading ordinance 1185, an ordinance of the town of Lyons, Colorado, rezoning 0 County Road 69, parcel number 123. Or 120-320-201014, R0129347, triangle lot to in municipal facilities and services.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, discussion on this one.
Having read everything that has come in on that, I still believe that municipal is the appropriate for that, not parks and open space.
Thank you.
I think municipal offers us, some, benefits as opposed to parks and open space, which has limitations. In particular, we have a problem there with, parking for the kayakers and the recreational users for the ponds. I think it could be easily made into a, gravel lot perhaps. So I would support municipal.
Trustee Hamrick?
I support municipal. I'm just looking at the permitted uses of what municipal is, and there are a couple of things I think that could be concerning, so I think it's, at least my intent, I think, I'm not gonna speak for the rest of the board, but it's for those things that trustee Lowell just mentioned, that's probably the highest and best use. We're not gonna put a cemetery on there though.
Trustee Datty?
As much as I see a need for attainable housing, I don't think it should be done at all costs. I think that every parcel needs to be weighed separately and stand on its own merits. In the beginning, at first reading, I actually agreed with PCDC on R3. And since then, I have changed my opinion to the PCDC's recommendation of these. Thank you. Because I just think there are other lots that are better suited.
Trustee Browning?
My own preference on this would be to zone it R1 because that would match the surrounding properties. And because I think this property is a surplus property owned by the town of Lyons. And like other surplus properties owned by the town of Lyons, I think a time will come when the town will need to monetize its surplus assets, including these vacant properties. Another current example of that we have a session on later is the old Apple Valley Water Treatment Plant. However, and I think R1 would give it the maximum value to the town. However, given that the strong preference of the majority of the board seems to be municipal, I'm willing to go along with that as a second best alternative. As to the comment, I believe it is beneficial to the town to zone it municipal rather than parks and open space. I see this differently than Ms. Stenghauser did. I believe the town should preserve flexibility to deal with its surplus assets in the future. If we were to do some parks and open space, that would require a municipal election to ever sell it in this part because it's more than half an acre, only slightly more than half an acre, but it would qualify. And that certainly would not be something prudent, I don't believe, for the town to do to hold a municipal election on a slightly more than half acre piece of property. So there may come a time when the town would like to sell this property and zoning it municipal leaves that flexibility in place of that election. As the second best alternative, I will support the municipal zoning.
Thank you. Trustee Delman?
So I support municipal as well. It's either that or parks and open space, but I think municipal is better suited for this.
Thank you. And I support municipal as well, like Trustee Datty. My initial thought was R3. However, hearing from the community and realizing that there are other options for us and the need for the town to have some municipal property in that area. So I will be voting for municipal. And I hear the accusation about the lack of transparency. And it's extremely troubling because this has been nothing but transparent. I can see you shaking your head. And I would love to hear from you about why that is. This board has integrity. I think we've proven that. This board is composed of individuals with the intellectual maturity to change their minds when presented with new information. I am very proud of that. I'm very proud to be a member of this board. And with that, I will call for the vote.
And the motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Okay. Second reading, public hearing ordinance 1186, an ordinance of the town of Lyons, Colorado. Rezoning 505 Carter Court, parcel number 1203202090029 R0515206 Carter Court Lot 1, Town of Lyons to R3 High Density Residential. We'll do the same process. I received a number of emails about this, ex parte, none of which I read. I was at Moxie last Monday, a resident tried to repeatedly about this. I declined and explained the process and why I could not speak about this. I have no conflicts or the appearance of any conflicts. Trustee Hammer,
Nothing to disclose.
trustee Dottie.
As stated during my trustee report at our last board meeting, I attended a meeting at the library of the Lions Valley Townhomes Tenants Union. Tenants had a number of questions regarding these lots and why they were coming up. What our intention was. And so we discussed these properties as they were concerned about our intent. I don't believe I crossed a line, but this is what I've been accused of, and it may appear to be improper. And so, as not to create a distraction to this process, I will recuse myself. And to be honest, I actually trust this process, and I trust that the board will do what's best for the community.
I'm gonna recuse myself from this as well as the subsequent ordinance. I've had discussions with some of the concerned citizens and abutters, so I'm recusing myself.
Thank you.
I've had no conversations or conflicts of interest or times there.
Thank you.
I have the same disclosures as with the fire matter. I've received emails. I've not read them when I've seen the subject matter of them. And I've not had any meetings with individuals or attended any meetings with them.
Thank you.
I have no disclosures.
Okay.
And trustee Lowell, you will have to leave the room for these items.
Would you close the door, please? Thank you. Okay. Staff report.
Thank you. These are very similar to the Lions Valley Park Inc. lots, except these two lots are standard, just under quarter acre lots that were dedicated to the town as part of the Summit Housing Development Agreement that the board entered into. These two lots were part of the agreement to be dedicated in lieu of the park dedication fee. At the time those were accepted, it was not believed that they were buildable. And so those were accepted for that dedication. There are two lots, they're almost identical in size, but we have them identified as Carter Court Lot number 1, which is 505. And the other is lot number 2, Carter Court 506. Both lots are currently zoned R1, low density residential. The Board of Trustees requested they move forward for public input, zoned as R3, meaning high density residential. And what that means is if they could be developed up to 4 units per lot, if it was buildable at that concentration, or anything below that. So it could be a single family residential, a duplex, a triplex, or quad, if it were to be rezoned R3. Again, based on the lot size, I think that's rather difficult in these cases, but definitely workable for a duplex. A triplex possibly, if it was built as one large home with 3 units in it. I don't think a quad could work, so that's what R3 means. Think what else? You had lots of public comment again submitted on these that you should have read between your packet and tonight. The Planning Commission did discuss this and did vote to bring it back to you as R3 zoning.
Thank you. Questions for staff on this one?
This is zoned R1 now, right?
R1.
And it's been zoned R1 since the subdivision, this section of the subdivision was platted
Yes, just like the other lots in the area.
many years ago.
Mhm. I think it was late seventies.
Okay. There were letters in the, packet from both Boulder County Housing Authority and I believe Dutch Mountain, which I believe is does some attainable or affordable housing in Colorado. We've had them at seminars and things before. Has either one of those parties or any other party for that matter expressed an interest in acquiring this property or actually suggested something for development?
Yes, they have. I believe even when they were here, they expressed their interest in it. But they, of course, can't start the process as zoned as R1. I don't know if they're interested as R1. Their submittals indicated they're interested as R3.
And their interest would be, if they suggested in any respect that the town should donate this property, or are they interested as potential purchasers at some?
I think my understandings and discussions with both groups would be that they would be interested in partnering with the town in some capacity. But I believe they are interested in either working with us to purchase or remediate the bank.
That was gonna be my next question. Town engineer, I know, took at least some level of look at this and what would be
Yes.
required to deal with the eroding back portion of these lots. And I think I saw a sketch that he had done, I guess, when he was here before.
Yes.
On some type of a retaining wall or something like that. Has there been any, has either the town engineer or anybody else given any estimation of what cost there might be to make these things safe to build on?
Yeah, town engineer Doles is on the meeting. Just to give a little background on these lots, when we originally accepted them from Summit, as you know, we entered into an agreement with Colorado Water Conservation Board and St. Vrain Left Hand Watershed District. The thought was they wanted to restore the stream bank similar to the lots to the north or west of this. And there was engineered drawings done on that. That cost to bring the lots to bring them to that same 1, 2, 3 slope that the adjacent lots have were around $675,000, I think, to do that. If we were to follow through with that, it would pull the lots all the way back almost up to the sidewalk. And so it would be a very gentle slope and it would not be buildable. Engineer Doles has taken a look at, well, once we had the appraisals done, the next step was the town board asked me to get an appraisal of these lots. And so we had one appraised since they are so similar in size and condition. I think we were all rather surprised when that appraisal came back that the lots were valued at around $290,000 as is. And so Engineer Doles did take a look at what would it take to make them actually buildable envelopes. And for R1. And what it did was it converted it from a 3-to-1 slope all the way up to the sidewalk to making it more buildable in a 1-to-2 slope at the back. And he has done some really high level drawings on that. Again, until we knew the zoning, we don't know what size of envelope we need. But Justin, are you able to, do you want to see those drawings?
The same ones we saw in the.
No, I think you saw, I don't know. I guess I'm not sure which you saw.
Wasn't there something in the packet when they came before us the first time?
There was.
There was,
Yeah,
but I
when we
think
were talking
since
about what to do
then,
with
yeah.
it. Yeah.
So do you have something you could share that shows the original stream bank restoration based on the lots to the north? He did try to engineer these to not touch any of the grove at the bottom of these that has restored itself
Yeah.
naturally.
Yeah.
and to start the slope to the, what direction is that? South of that?
Sorry to put you on the spot, Engineer Dolzer.
No, you're good. I don't have the stream bank drawings handy at the moment, but yeah, just to clarify, the stream bank design did have the 2.5:1 design slope on it, and we would probably be looking to keep that. If you were, there's a multitude of options of how you want to lay something out and what you could do, but in general, you would need somewhat of a retaining wall, but in kind of looking at the cost, it would still kind of hover around that $700,000 number because you remove, if you don't do the stream bank design, there's some things that you remove and it's not as quite as much earthwork. If you do these lots, but then, you know, you introduce some other costs as far as like a retaining wall. So, yeah, what I've come up with now, it still kind of hovers around that same $700,000 mark. Yeah, and you could pretty much get in to 40-foot by 40-foot pads. And then yeah, we may to help reduce costs, we may need to look at reduced setbacks as well along the front, but
You have other questions, Trustee Bernie?
Yeah, I guess one follow-up question to that. So do you see any difference between what would need to be done to build a residential structure on either of these lots or the two of them combined, if somebody bought both of them, between R1 and R3 zoning? I mean, could you put, somebody bought both lots, could you put an R1 single-family residential house on both lots? And would the restoration retaining wall work be different from that than it would be for an R3? Or is it any residential structure that are required basically the same type of work?
yeah, I think it's really going to require a pretty similar effort, regardless, assuming that, yeah, I think they would have somewhat similar footprints. If you're talking like a duplex or maybe even a triplex versus single family. Single family would be a slightly smaller footprint, but I think it'd be a pretty similar effort.
Other questions? I have a number of questions here. So we just passed 3 rezonings to parks and open space. What's if you know, what's a total acreage that we just added to our parks and open space?
Of the 3 L hills,
Yeah, the 3 L lots combined.
43.4 acres.
Okay. Thank you. And then something that we heard in the packet from our residents was the notion that a community garden on these lots had been promised. His staff, or as far as you know, Summit made that promise?
The person that said that I made that statement, I have talked directly to them.
And I did clarify with them that, first of all, I can't make that type of promise. That's a decision of the Board of Trustees, how they want to use public land. But that it was definitely talked about when we were first working with Summit on the parcels and what people wanted. I think both Summit and the town said that these, you know, thinking they were unbuildable, that these maybe could be great community garden lots because they did not want to allow individual residents to have them at that time. But that was also before this board was seated and we knew their value. I don't consider it a promise. Yes, it was discussed as an option and, you know, kind of when we were doing all our dreaming early on. But I have also said I'm more than happy when I talk to Mr. Capps next week to ask if he would reconsider that option of allowing raised garden beds in individual sites, since their lots have plenty of room for that.
Thank you. And that brings me to my next question, which is, about the neighboring homes. The landscaping has been an ongoing issue, and I don't think there's anybody who is happy about it. They can decide to plant more trees, but if they don't have a way to water those trees are not gonna make it either.
Correct.
Right. So I'm really glad that you're gonna be meeting with him on Monday. And I personally love the idea of having residents being able to have raised bed gardens, and that makes perfect sense. So are we at a point where we can begin, code enforcement on those properties for weeds?
Yeah, the town, as I said earlier, there are no landscape guidelines on single families lots. There are for the multifamily units on that property. So we do have we do need to have an agreement with them on what they'll do at that, on those. We can start code enforcement on like noxious weeds, grasses that are too tall. We could, if that's what the board, if we want to do that. I think we've spent the last several years trying to come up with something that would work in those soils. They were supposed to have amended the soils. When I saw the amount of topsoil they brought in, it was not sufficient at all. And so we could start enforcement on single family
Attorney
homes.
Detman?
The same
Yeah,
as
I don't want to interrupt, but I'm wondering if this conversation is probably better for another part of the meeting, since, that doesn't relate directly to this property.
rezoning. Oh, Carter Court.
Yeah, fair enough. Thank you. I'll hold that then. Okay, and thank you, trustee Hammer. For letting me know. All right, any other questions? Okay, we're gonna open the public hearing on this. The town clerk will call your name, so coming up, give us your name and address, and then each person will have 4 minutes. After we get through the list, we'll see if anybody who hasn't signed up would also like to speak. During public hearings, we do not allow cheering or clapping. If you want to show support, feel free to use the old jazz hands method, okay? And if you agree with the person who went ahead of you, you can just say, I agree. You don't have to take the whole 4 minutes, although you're very welcome to. We have another public hearing following this on a different lot, which is right next door, as we know. So if you would like your testimony to apply to both lots, I'm gonna look at the attorney. Is it okay to do that, or do people need to?
It can't be considered if it's not in the public hearing for that lot. And so I would just say, something about, just repeat your same comments for the next one.
Okay, so you'll repeat your same comments for the next hearing. Okay. All right, we have the timer up. Thank you, Clerk Vasquez. Who is first?
I have Megan Holstein and I believe Valerie Kennedy.
Okay.
Good evening, Board of Trustees, Mayor, town staff, administrators. Thank you. I'm Megan Holstein. I live at 332 McConnell. This lot is literally in my backyard. So I want to give you some background on who I am as a neighbor, as a taxpayer, and as a voter. And then explain to you why I'm hoping that you vote no on this rezoning. In fact, you just had a really good discussion as to why it would be fiscally irresponsible and why I think we would see a repeat of the Summit Housing development unfold if you let a developer come in and try to develop on multi or something other than R1 on these lots. By way of background, I graduated from CU Law School. I currently run the Employee Benefits Small Business Unit for the Hartford, where we provide workers and their families with income protection like paid family medical leave, disability, and life insurance to help people when they have life events such as death, welcoming a new child, injury, or disability. My husband's a musician. He's a music teacher, and he is a certified Ableton instructor. we're your neighbors, we're your taxpayers, we're your voters. We are not at all opposed to affordable housing. You did not see us here opposing the Summit housing that is on our backyard. My husband and I, when we were married and started our family, rented housing from the affordable, from Boulder County Affordable Housing. Our son, who was a baby then, is now 24, and we encourage him to rent from affordable housing as he is looking to make his way in the world and make ends meet. What we do oppose, however, is being fiscally irresponsible with affordable housing. The town of Lyons has met our goal. And you already heard, thank you, Trustee Browning, about how expensive it will be to build on these lots, or this lot, and you'll hear me say it in the next public hearing. One reason we were encouraged about the Summit Housing proposal back in the day was that they were damaged and that you would use these lots for community gardens or public, that you couldn't build on them. And we thought, wow, they're being really smart about this. We can see how these bank right down into the river. And now when we walk our dog through the Summit Housing community, we see behind the single family homes, mud, just waiting for rain to come and flood, take the mud into those homes. And we see the weeds in the summer that are just kindling for the fire. When the Stone Canyon fire came and we could see it from the left side of our house, we could see the dried weeds from the Summit Housing on the right side of our house. One cigarette butt or one flame with wind bringing the fire would light the whole Lyons Valley Park on fire, including our home. So we encourage you to maintain the integrity of the past board who did lead us to believe with the Summit Housing community that these lots would not be buildable and that they would be used as a community garden or parks, but definitely do not spend more town money to do more mitigation in this area. Why would you put potential residents at risk? As taxpayers on the hook for inevitable mitigation measures, partnering with a builder who's of course going to ask us to turn it over for free or pay more money or give more concessions like we did with the Summit Housing. And I would just encourage you, that the same thing is going to happen. We need to learn from our history. And finally, I would say after the Stone Canyon fire, when our homeowner renewal came up, and as I mentioned, our backyard literally abuts to these two Carter lots, 505 and 506. Our homeowner's insurance did not renew us. They said it's too dangerous. So if an insurance company won't take a risk, I encourage the board to do the same. Do not take a risk on these lots. We did eventually.
Sorry.
I'll just save it for the next.
It's a bonus.
I'll come right back. You talk faster.
Next was Valerie Kennedy.
Hello. All. Honestly, she said it pretty.
I'm sorry, could you just?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm Valerie Kennedy. I live at 509 Goranson Court in Lyons. I'm a resident, taxpayer. I came to this town and I wrote this down. I came and I stayed here because of its natural beauty, the wildlife. I've been coming here for years, like for music. But then when it came time to move away, I chose this because there's something special about this town. It's got character and it's the sense that the people who live here truly care about preserving this special place. So I would say, like every board meeting I was listening tonight begins with a moment of reflection for the land, and that is meaningful. But tonight I have to point out that feels really ironic to me because we sit here and we honor the land in our words, but we're moving forward with plans that are going to just carve Lyons up, pave it over, and turn it into another overdeveloped town. And I wasn't trying to be insulting when I was nodding, but I'm listening to people up here and I kind of do that. I was nodding with her. But I just feel like for what, I mean, it's hard not to wonder what the big push is for this and this is what I started to say, and I forgot to introduce myself. I thought Ms. Holstein said it really well, and I agree with that. I mean, we fulfilled our goal on the affordable housing, and I came for a little bit for the planning commission. Everybody works, we work all day, then we come home, we try to make dinner. It's hard to do the deep dives that all of you can do because this is your job. But I was here for part of it and I listened to people on the commission say, oh, you know, everybody deserves to be able to live here. Well, okay, but Lyons isn't just a set of coordinates. It's a place where, you know, if you're my age, you worked hard all your life and continue to work and you work to become a part of it. It's always had a spirit of earned belonging, respect for the land and the lifestyle it offers. And if we abandon that, what are we preserving here? I love to look at the wildlife around here. And last year I saw, you know, you see the does and there's nowhere for them to, you know, they're trying to take care of their babies. And I saw a doe with her little twins and her leg was broken and we're crowding them out and I'm living here, so I did that too, but I'm just saying maybe we could just start to look a little bit harder at that. Also, I wanted to talk about August of 2022. I better talk fast. They were dynamiting behind us off that back section of McConnell. And my home was damaged. My floor was cracked and I went glass and I was walking my dog and there was somebody else that was on a different drive, like I don't know if it was Nolan or what, but they talked about their glass being broken. And I was told, well, just call the town, they're gonna handle it. They didn't. That still echoes for me. And I'm concerned that the history of that is about to repeat itself, but on a larger, bigger scale. And we already talked about the Triangle Park, so I'll just get that out, but I just want us to stop making room for sprawl. This is, as I said, a super special, wonderful place, and we call ourselves, the marketing people, the cute little town that everybody loves, but we've got to have some thoughtful.
Time's up.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. Who's next? Okay, sorry.
We also have James Davis.
Hey, everybody, I'm James Davis, 504 Carter Court. I've been in town for 23 years. And I guess I understand y'all haven't read the letters that we were all encouraged to submit.
No, we did.
They did.
Okay,
They were submitted in the packet and we read them in the packet. So they're online and we read them.
very good. So let's see here. The big beef for me is, of course, losing our gardens. That's why we chose the houses that we're living in there on Carter Court. They were the best. Right next to the gardens, right next to the river. And to have them suddenly put up for sale is just tragic for a few of us on the court. But I'm glad that we're getting this fair and impartial hearing. Even though there was discussion between the mayor, I believe, and some of the administration with the PCDC before the PCDC hearing on March 24th. So it seems to have possibly prevented for us to get the fair and impartial hearing back then. It's in the minutes. Anyway, the body depends on rules to maintain the strength of the foundation, and we all have to abide by the rules. What bothers me so much about this whole thing is that there's the speculation involved in the planning, spending tons of taxpayer dollars, spending in hopes of a good outcome is bad business. And it's basically gambling. And this isn't the economic climate for any of that. As a builder, I support smart, well thought out growth But as Edward Abbey said, growth for the sake of growth is the ideology of a cancer cell. What's more, the residents on Carter Court were the last ones to find out about this, and it's because we're renters. And Summit should have shared it with us, but we know a lot of you people, and we thought that if y'all really were concerned about us as tenants, you would have spoken up. I didn't find out until 5 weeks ago, and this has been cooking since at least last summer. Anyway, that fact in and of itself speaks to how much the proponents of all this affordable housing really care about the residents. In fact, I'll go a step further and say we were intentionally left out of the loop because you knew we'd push back. And this speaks to the whole agenda. It's like y'all are flying by the seat of your pants, and the whole thing, the idea is to just quash the resistance by keeping us out of the conversation so that an affordable housing investor with deep pockets, which is like an oxymoron, can help with the embankment and the lots at the same time. 2 birds with 1 stone. Except you're speculating with taxpayer money and ignoring the human element. I wish that you could choose easier to see, plain and simple, real wins when it comes to town business instead of trying to dig for gold on our dime. You Pat, thank you.
Thank you.
I appreciate all the work you've done.
Thank you. Who's next?
There's no one else in the room.
Come on up.
Good evening, Board of Trustees. My name is Ian Conley. I live at 605 Lively Court. I would just like to express my support for the rezoning of these lots. It is my understanding that this rezoning will allow for the construction of more attainable and affordable housing. An action that is in line with the town development plan to build these kinds of units while avoiding sprawl and retaining our community's unique character. I've been fortunate enough to live in an affordable unit in the Lions Valley Townhomes neighborhood for over a year. And having the opportunity to live and work in this incredible town has been profoundly valuable to me. And I just think that ultimately more people should have that opportunity. And I think this kind of rezoning is very intimately in line with the interests of people, and it is, to me, a win for the town. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Anyone else?
Hello again. My name is Grace Simonson. I live at 605 Lively Court, and I would like to express my support for this rezoning. I really find it hard to come up with negatives when it comes to not throwing forward a plan, but just establishing the potential for something other than another $1 million home to be built in town. I've had the real blessing of being in an affordable housing unit, which has given me the chance to live in the community that I grew up in and I love so dearly. We have, as we've seen, just added 40+ acres of wildlife space. So I think it's kind of a moot argument to say that we are removing that by just rezoning this lot from someone can still swoop in anytime and build one giant home to having the ability to maybe plan on a more organized and sustainable scale. So I think it's well worth considering and supporting the rezoning from an R1 to an R3, if nothing more than opening the door to greater possibilities in the future rather than leaving us stuck where we are now. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, anyone else?
Yes.
Come on up.
Hi to all of you. I know it's been a long day, so I'll keep it short. My name is Mark Traverso.
I live at 519 Goranson Court, just 2 blocks from the lot that's in question. And I just didn't want the last comments to be the last thing on the record because I strongly oppose this rezoning for a number of reasons. First of all, the fact that the gardens have been promised there and are perfect use of that makes a lot of sense. Also, I think in a broader sense, I have great respect for civil engineering, environmental engineering, and all the things they're capable of doing. But just because something's possible doesn't mean that it's the right thing to do. And every time that we move earth, we build retaining walls, we are imposing on the environment, of which is just beautiful. And, someone said earlier that they find it ironic, and I find it deeply ironic that we start these meetings with an acknowledgement of the land and, our Native American ancestors who lived here. And
Are you sure started?
Oh, did it?
Oh, that was the last
I'm
one.
sorry.
wow.
It just flashed at me, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
No, it's all right.
Sorry about that.
And, I just find it ironic that we're doing these acknowledgements of the land and our Native American ancestors who own this land, and yet we're coming and we're blowing away the side of the mountain with dynamite. And even though it wouldn't be as dramatic of a alteration of the landscape with what we're talking about doing, when you're coming in and you have bulldozers and you're changing the grade of the land, and all of a sudden you have mudslides and it destroys the river, it has nothing to do with more obtainable housing. I'm all for that. But you can't do it in a place that it's irresponsible, it's expensive, and it makes no sense. So that's all I'd like to say.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sorry about that.
Anyone else? Anyone else want to get the last word? You do, sir. Come on down.
Okay, well, Michael Brevard, 315 Cobblestone Court. I don't know too much about what we're talking about, but I do know a little bit about mathematics. And the kind of money we're talking about to add these 2 lots will change our tax base to some extent, but not enough to, to endanger the neighbors of these lots and to piss them all off. It just doesn't make any sense to me. Lyons is a beautiful place. I've lived here 25 years. And I'd like to see it stay pretty much the way it is. And it seems to me that we're gonna annex some land to the east. Maybe we can do some affordable housing there, but to infringe on these people who were promised a certain level of housing and then change it in midstream like this isn't fair. That's all I had to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, I am going to close the public hearing and entertain a motion. Anybody like to make a motion?
I move that ordinance 1186, an ordinance of the town of Lyons, Colorado, rezoning 505 Carter Court parcel number 120-320-209-029, R05152006, Carter Court lot 1, town of Lyons to R3 high density residential.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Discussion?
We had a number of comments on this.
Yeah.
First of all, I have great concerns about what we've done to the Ute, the Cheyenne, and the Arapaho. I actually think it'd be appropriate to give everything back to them. If we were to truly take a look at what's just and appropriate. I doubt that any of you are going to be in favor of that. I actually believe that compensation to these tribes is appropriate. And it's appropriate from municipalities. And if I ever see an opportunity to support that, I will be supporting that. I also believe affordable housing is necessary. It's important. I don't think we want everybody working here not able to live here. And every time we have an opportunity to look at a piece of property that might be able to be zoned R3, I'm in favor of that, including property that I can see from my own home, that is very close to my own home. One other thing I would say is, I do not appreciate when accusations are made against the board that are not based on fact. Do your homework, get the facts. Look at what's been discussed, look at what's been considered, it's all public record. And if you want to take the time, also, we're not paid much for this. In a lot of circumstances, I earn in an hour what I earn here in a year. So we are here because we love this town just like you do. But I do support for both of these properties, R3 zoning.
Trustee Hamrick?
Yes, I support the R3 zoning for this. As we discussed on earlier, like the triangle lot, it didn't make good sense to try to shove housing on that. We have very few buildable lots. So this is one. I don't see this as sprawl. I see this as it's infill. Those lots exist, so, and I agree. I mean, there's some concern about, is this fiscally responsible? I don't think we should do this at all if it's not fiscally responsible, but I don't think a developer, and these are all details that have to be worked out and then deal with the developer, but if it's town-owned lots and we have to, in order for affordable housing to be successful, there has to be some bargaining chips, and this is one that town owns the property. So that's where I look at this as a bargaining chip to actually make affordable housing. And that said, it was brought up, I mean, this is R1. Somebody could buy the lot and put a single family home on there. So given the options, I'd rather see it rezoned to R3.
Thank you. Trustee Delman?
So I'm for affordable housing, which is how I got into regular housing. But I really don't think, with it being so close to the river and all the mitigation that needs to be taken, I don't think this is the proper location. And I think it would be great to at least have one of them for community garden. But I just have a hard time with what would have to be done in the cost.
Okay, so you'll be voting no. Okay, Trustee Browning?
Yes, I'd like to spend just a minute reviewing how the town got these lots, because I think it's very important and it informs my position on what we should do with rezoning. I can't speak for the full board that was in place at that time, and the minutes and the videos would speak, I guess, more fully than I can. But I do think it's important. I want to give my thoughts at the time about why we accepted these two lots. It's true that waiver of the park fee had something to do with it, but this was part of an overall package deal to save Summit Housing when Summit came and said, the numbers don't work for us anymore. We're not going to go forward on a housing project that the town had been trying to do housing since the flood. There were a lot of parts to that deal. Part of it was that the town was going to be relieved of the obligation to do electric infrastructure in that part of the subdivision that it was required to do under the subdivision agreement. Someone agreed to do that. The town agreed to pass through $150,000 of federal park grant money, COVID money basically at the time. The park fee was waived. The town agreed to accept these lots as part of that package deal because Summit couldn't really do anything with them. They weren't buildable. If Summit had kept them, Summit would have been paying some fairly small amount, but they would have been paying taxes on them. When the town took the lots, the town wasn't required to do anything on them, wasn't required to pay taxes because we were a town. And a big emphasis at the time was this was a known hazard of a drop off down to a ravine that had been there since the flood. There was no fence there. And part of the deal, another part of the deal was to make clear that Summit had to pay the cost of fencing these lots off from the ravine as a safety reason, and they ultimately did. But a big part of why I thought it made sense to do these lots was, only to say the overall package deal was, it wouldn't cost the town anything. The town was under no obligation to do anything with these lots or the riverbank behind them. And I thought it was a mistake for the town to start obligating money to try to remediate that riverbank. Not long before these lots were acquired and the Summit deal was done, post flood, other parts of the riverbank in this area were remediated, as the engineer said, at no cost to the town. In my recollection of when we got these lots, as I said, if someday money comes from federal government, state government, whatever source, to do the same type of remediation at no cost to the town, so that these properties might be worth more than they are they were in their current condition, we should keep that possibility open. Maybe someday they'll be worth something and we can sell them and make some money for the town from a non-taxpayer source. To me, it was important that these lots did not cost the town any money. We weren't obligated to do anything. My concern with switching to R3 zoning is that will, in an unforeseen way, just like it was unforeseen, at least to me, that we would be spending a lot of money on the riverbank remediation because we own these lots. That somehow putting this as R3 zoning is going to result in a request for the town to spend taxpayer money to do more things, either on these lots themselves or the retaining wall or on the riverbank. I do not think it is a wise use of town taxpayer money to spend on these lots or the riverbank behind them. We've got much bigger priorities in this town. So I think if zoning to R3 makes it more likely that we're gonna spend yet more money on these lots, I'm opposed to it. I would rather keep them R1. See if somebody someday makes an offer to purchase them. Somebody could, even if we keep them R1, if somebody wants to buy them for R3 purposes, they could come with an offer to the town and say, this condition on zoning switching to R3 and I'm willing to pay X amount and I'm not looking to the town to put taxpayer money into these lots. We should entertain that. But I'm just concerned with the preliminary discussions that have occurred with a prospective developer and with Boulder County Housing, that if we zone this R3, circumstances are going to arise where people will expect the town to contribute, put more money into these lots that we never should have put a dime into, and I never intended to put a dime to be put into. So I'm gonna be voting no on that for fiscal reasons.
Thank you. So I want to remind everybody on the board that we decided as a board that we would look at the potential for any town-owned lot, which is why we looked at the potential for the triangle lot. I also want to say the public's notice for all of these issues was absolutely followed. We followed the rules. All of our meetings are open to the public. The minutes are available. For most of them, recordings are also available, even though that's not legally required. So we actually go out of our way to make this whole process as transparent as possible, to the extent that the Summit Housing Group did not inform its residents. I'm really sorry about that. I honestly am. And it is not our responsibility. So we've been talking with Highland Property Management since the get-go, I feel like, about how to have a better relationship with our residents. It's an ongoing issue. What we're talking about in R3 zoning, as Administrator Simonson mentioned, is that someone can build anything up to the density of R3. We could zone this R3, a person could purchase it and build a single family home. They could purchase it and build a duplex if we zone it R3. So simply because we're zoning it R3 does not necessarily mean that it's gonna be super high density on there. That having been said, infill is actually the opposite of sprawl. And what we heard over and over is, we don't wanna sprawl, we don't wanna sprawl, I don't wanna sprawl. I don't know anybody who wants to sprawl. This seems like the perfect opportunity to build what I would imagine would be modest housing, hopefully, in an established neighborhood. Everything is there. So I'm going to be voting yes on this. And with that, I'll call for the vote.
And the motion passes 3-2 with trustee Browning and Delman voting no.
Thank you. Okay,
Mayor,
yes.
Could I make a comment? I think the board addressed many of the comments made, but I heard two people say we've met our affordable housing goal. I would like to address it if I could.
Sure.
For the Proposition 1, 2, 3 goal the board has, we have not created one unit yet. We have to create 10 units in the next 3 years to be eligible for future funding. We have not built one. So we have not met our Proposition 1, 2, 3 goal. And in regard to our overall goal, not Proposition 1, 2, 3, but our overall agreement with all of our partners within the Boulder County region to have 10 to 12% of our housing be affordable or attainable, we haven't met that goal either. So right now, we have 81 units of housing. It's not necessarily deed restricted, which needs to be the case to be considered. Otherwise, any of those units could be sold and made into non-affordable attainable. So I just wanted to clarify that we have not met either of our goals in regard to affordable housing that were set by this board.
And I think, I'm glad you brought that up because I think, and I'm looking at Trustee Browning because we've had this discussion. And at one point, this board came to a verbal agreement during a meeting that was never translated into a resolution. And that's my fault for not moving that forward, but I think it's going to have to be on a future agenda to have a resolution that defines the concrete affordable attainable housing goals of this board with updated definitions.
Yeah.
So
I'm not knowing what they were referring to. You've met your goal. I just wanted to point out, those are the two I'm aware
those
of,
are two, yeah.
and we have not met either of those.
Okay.
I'm not sure that that needed to be said here, but let me clarify the record on that. We've discussed it many times. Lions stated affordable housing, the goal is 10% of housing units as income restricted housing. We are not quite at that goal now, if you look at an income restricted housing only. Should you add in ADU accessory dwelling units, which are not income restricted, they're restricted as desired, we do meet that goal. If the housing on Seward is completed, we will, by anybody's count, meet that goal. So some of the people that made those comments may be assuming that the Seward project is going forward. The 12% goal was a county-wide goal. Town of Lyons Board of Trustees at the time specifically did not adopt as a local goal. So saying our goals are 10 to 12% isn't exactly right. There's a county-wide goal of 12%. It doesn't bind Lyons. There's a local goal of 10% that we will meet if the housing on Seward goes forward as anticipated.
Thank you.
And it might be noted that Summit Housing did not qualify for any of that. That all predated it.
Correct. Yep. Thank you. Okay, let's move on then to second reading public hearing of ordinance 1187 and ordinance.
Just a second, Summit Housing does qualify. It is
Did not qualify for.
For Prop 123.
Oh, correct, for Prop 123, that's correct.
Second reading public hearing of ordinance 1187 and ordinance of the town of Lyons, Colorado, rezoning 506 Carter Fort parcel 12032020928 R0515289 Carter Court Lot 2, town of Lyons to R3 high density residential. Quick disclosure, yes, I received emails about this. No, I did not read them outside of the packet.
And I did not receive any emails nor clearly did not read any of them and no.
Thank you.
Same disclosures as previously.
Conflict of interest.
No disclosures.
Okay, great.
Staff report is the same as the previous lot we discussed, unless you want me to repeat it.
I don't think that's necessary.
Did we
Any-
vote on the last one? I'm just trying to, we kind of went,
Motion passed 3-2 with Browning and Delman voting no.
okay, thanks.
Yeah.
Any questions for staff about this lot? Okay, then I'm gonna open the public hearing for ordinance 1187. Same deal as before, the clerk will call your name. After the clerk gets through all the names, if you haven't spoken and you'd like to, come on up. State your name and address, and you will have 4 minutes.
Megan Holstein again.
A bit of a fool's errand, but here I am. Megan Holstein, 332 McConnell Drive. I'm just going to read some things. I'm your neighbor, your taxpayer, and a voter. I am not opposed to affordable housing. I look at it every day in my backyard. In fact, I lived in affordable housing by renting through the Boulder Affordable Housing when my first child was born. We're encouraging that child, who's now 24, to consider affordable housing as he works full-time trying to make ends meet. We didn't oppose Summit Housing when it was proposed. I watched every video on Zoom and monitored the packets when they came out as well. And there was a lot of talk about gardens in those conversations by the board. I did email thoughts to the whole board, along with pictures of these properties where people park in these cul-de-sacs. There are trucks in the parking lots on the actual lots as well. So zoned R3, if you're gonna put a bunch of folks there, I question where they will park, let alone how dangerous it is to build on those lots. They are damaged and they will need to be maintained, they will need to be mitigated. And I urge this board to vote no on this ordinance 1187 because it is fiscally irresponsible to build affordable housing in this manner. There's erosion, wind, water, mudslides, and wildfires that could potentially damage the future residents and those of us who live there. So why would you put potential residents at risk or us as taxpayers on the hook for this inevitable damage and the mitigation, the repairs, and potential unneeded litigation should damage or a wildfire or mudslides occur? You can look no further than the current Summit Housing, the risk of erosion and mudslides from the lack of retaining walls, the lack of landscaping where there are now weeds or mud because they've done nothing there. And I have no doubt that any future developer who may propose on this lot will ask for the same concessions and do the same shoddy workmanship and cut corners as well. So please be good stewards of our tax dollars and be responsible, perhaps for this vote. There's no need to put taxpayer money up for concessions. Don't risk litigation from the inevitable damage such as from wildfires or mudslides or wind and erosion. And as I mentioned before, if you do allow building on these lots, prepare for them to wind up uninsurable. After the Stone Canyon fire last summer, our homeowners insurance dropped us when our renewal came up in the fall. I work for an insurance company, and trust me, if they won't take the risk, it's not responsible. This town shouldn't either. So we will wind up potentially being the insurer of last resort, either as the town or as Colorado taxpayers through the new insurance of last resort. So please, financial stewards of tax dollars, don't throw good money after bad with the Carter Court lots. Please walk away from your sunk costs in these lots, cut your losses, maintain our trust as your elected officials, and celebrate that you've already achieved some affordable housing. Guess I won't call it a goal. Please vote no on the resolution to rezone Carter Court. I think it's lot 506. Vote no on ordinance 1187. Thank you.
Thank you. Clerk Vasquez?
I don't have anyone else unless Valerie
I
wants to
didn't get
speak
to
again.
finish, so I'm just gonna do it again faster.
We have 4 whole minutes again, so.
No, I have to read it faster because last time I got off.
Okay, would you state your name and address?
Yep, Valerie Kennedy, 519 Goranson Court, Lyons, Colorado. I'm a resident taxpayer here in Lyons. I came to this town and stayed here because of its natural beauty, its wildlife, its character, and the sense that people who live here truly care about preserving something special. Every board meeting begins with a moment of reflection for the land, and that's meaningful, but tonight I have to point out the deep irony. We honor the land and the words, but move forward on plans that will carve it up, pave it over, and turn Lyons into just another overdeveloped town. For what? It's hard not to wonder. And now I'm gonna do this again, but my insurance company dropped me as well. I forgot to say that the first time, but they did, and it took some scrambling to get insurance, new homeowners insurance. So, yeah, I've heard when I came here earlier in the meetings, I heard the planning commission say that anyone who wants to live here deserves to do that, and I understand that thinking, to your point, but you know, we worked a long time to make sure that when we left where we were and came here, I mean, we had to work to get to where we are in this place. And it wasn't, you know, we're still working. Lions isn't just a set of coordinates, it's a place you work hard to become a part of. It has the spirit of earned belonging, of respect for the land and the lifestyle it offers. We abandon that, what are we preserving? I've already experienced the consequences of careless development, talking about August of 2022. When the dynamite was used to blast the mountain behind McConnell, my home was damaged and I turned to the town for help and I was told no. And when I asked why, they said, oh, well, because the person who was doing the company doing the dynamiting said that they didn't exceed the limitations of the blast. Well, tell my house that and the people that lived around me. That lack of accountability still echoes for me, and I'm deeply concerned that history is about to repeat itself, but on a larger, more irreversible scale. This is the land slated for high density rezoning that was devastated during the 2013 flood. That's the park. It's also home to deer, elk, bears, all part of the ecosystem that makes Lions feel alive. And if we push all that out for more rooftops, more roads, we're not making room for community, call it infill or call it sprawl. Lions already has affordable housing, and I should actually add that I called Summit. They have empty places there. And it stayed, I'm thinking of one in particular, and it stayed empty for a couple months. So I don't know if there's like this mad rush to that we think there is. But it's not about exclusion, it's about intention, thoughtful growth, not unchecked expansion. Listening to your residents who are paying the taxes, not just the developers or people that are gonna benefit. And I guess I would just close by saying, I just urge you to slow down. I mean, just ask yourself what kind of town, you know, you want to leave behind. One that reflects all the things I just talked about, or one that sold all these values off. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Logan Board of Trustees, Ian Conley, 605 Lively Court. I'm gonna shoot on through what I wrote and have a few more things. I'd like to express my support for the rezoning of this lot. This rezoning will allow for the construction of more affordable or attainable housing units. An action that is in line with the town development plan to build a certain proportion of those kinds of units within town while avoiding sprawl and retaining the character of our community. I've been fortunate enough to live in an affordable unit in the Lions Valley Townhomes neighborhood for over a year, and having the opportunity to live and work in this incredible town has been profoundly valuable to me. And ultimately, I feel that more people should be given that opportunity. And I would just like to speak to the nature. I do really deeply respect the sentiments expressed by Valerie as her nature in preserving what this town stands for, but I don't think this town stands for gatekeeping, and I don't think this town stands for defining nature so narrowly that we keep people out of it, you know? I think it's a kind of limited way to conceive of what our commitment to the land and what it means to us is and can be, to not allow the inclusion of new people that can be part of our community and how we view that land. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's a town song now.
Bruce Simonson, 605 Lively Courts. I would like to express my support for the rezoning of 605 Carter Court as R3 rather than R1. I do think a lot of excellent points have been brought up, a lot of people's concerns have been shown, and that's a wonderful thing. But as far as speaking of sprawling, what an excellent opportunity to prevent future sprawling by putting the possibility of numerous families into one spot that's already paved and already pretty well urbanized. I think this is a wonderful opportunity to open the door for a lot of folks who otherwise don't have the chance to live here, but do work hard and deserve to be in our community. I definitely commuted from Lyons for a while. The only place I could afford was in Longmont. And changing that has been an incredible thing. Getting to walk to work is the best part of my day. And I think if more people could have that chance in town, that would be awesome. Speaking to Summit having empty houses, they do have a wait list. It's not that people don't want to be in there. As we've seen, Summit has their whole own issues and they struggle to get people through the application process. So it's not that more affordable housing is not needed in Lyons. It absolutely is, and there is a desire for it. And this is an opportunity to go around and maybe find a better groups to work with this time around. We'll find out. But regardless, I think a change from R1 to R3 is fairly harmless in this regard. So thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing and I will entertain a motion.
I move ordinance 1187, an ordinance of the town of Lyons, Colorado, rezoning 506 Culver Court, parcel number 120-320-202-0515289, Carter Court Lot 2, town of Lyons, to R3 high density residential.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I second.
Thank you. Okay. Discussion, trustee Hamrick?
Really nothing to add from, what I said for the last one. I would add, I would encourage the town administrator when she meets with Summit on Monday to see what they can do to add gardens to the, options for the residents. I think that could help alleviates one of the concerns that people express.
Mayor Pro Tem?
I do believe that if this were developed, so one of the things we would do and would need to look at and do is exactly what we're doing right now with Summit Housing, which is be relentless in making sure they carry out their responsibilities for the safety of the residents.
Trustee Browning?
Yeah, I adopted by reference my comments with regard to the prior lot. I think they apply equally to this lot, and I'll be voting no on this as well.
Trustee Dellman?
What I would like is more housing. What I feel is right is not, and so I'm gonna have to vote no, I feel.
Okay. And I would like to remind us that no development plan is before us. We are not reviewing a development plan here. We are simply talking about the underlying zoning of this property. And I also want to address the comments about honoring the land. As Mayor Pro Tem mentioned, we have day jobs. I'm not retired. I have a day job. My day job is working with Native communities in the Pacific Northwest. My day job is talking to tribal peoples about what they have lost. I take that extremely seriously. And like Mayor Pro Tem, if I thought there was an ounce of a chance of giving land back to the Ute, to the Cheyenne, to the Arapaho, I would vote for that in a heartbeat, even though I bet I would be recalled for it. So the implication that what we do at the beginning of meetings is somehow not meaningful when our tribal partners have told us that, yes, it actually is meaningful. It's literally the least we can do. It's the least we can do. But we're still doing it and it is meaningful. So, none of us do this for the big paychecks. With that, I will call for the vote.
And the motion passes 3-2 with trustee Browning and Dellman voting no.
Thank you. We're gonna take a recess for about 10 minutes. We're about an hour late for that. To order,
Yeah.
before we take up the conditional use, and I apologize to the applicants who I know have been waiting for a very long time. We usually do a check-in at around 9 o'clock to see if there's anything that we would like to move to a future agenda. I want to do that now. I want to see if the fire mitigation task force would be amenable to moving their item to the next agenda.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, there's one more thing. Yeah, partly because the prior task force in 2022 did like a report, but I haven't been able to find it in a usable form, and we can work on that if we get more time.
Okay.
I've got it, but it's all in JPEG and it's unprinted, so
Oh,
let's put that off.
Okay. Any other items that trustees would like to move?
What about the executive session?
I'd be willing to move the executive session to the next meeting. You don't want to do that?
I don't think it'll take long.
I don't think it'll take long either.
Yeah.
I would offer the BOCO IGA, however,
I think we do, I think we need to discuss that tonight to keep the meetings on track.
right.
We had 2 workshops earlier, one, regarding historic preservation, one on the noise ordinance. Is there a deadline that HPC is working toward?
Yes, May 6th.
No, that's the other,
No.
that's LCD.
Oh, that was the LCD.
There's not, okay.
No.
Would the board be okay with discussing the HPC item at our next meeting?
Yes.
Okay. All right, and will someone please let Sarah Lori know that? Okay, you're nodding.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. All right, okay, with that, let's open the next item, which is public hearing on a resolution. It's resolution 2025-22. A resolution of the town of Lyons, Colorado, approving the conditional use of a daycare center at 418 High Street. Staff report, please.
Yeah, so I'll jump into this, and I believe Jesse and Tim are still online, but I'll go through quickly so that if they are still with us, yes, they are.
Great.
That they can get to bed or move on.
Thank you so much for your patience. We really appreciate it.
So just to kind of queue up what's going on, so Jesse and Tim are hoping for or applying for conditional use for a daycare center at 418 High Street. If you don't know where that is, I've got it pointed out on the map. It's a couple doors down from Moxie. And it is in the commercial downtown district. So that is the zoning that we're looking at, which we're not changing the zoning, just the use. Why are we even doing this? Because a daycare center is a conditional use. It's not a use that they can just go to right now. It is currently used as a retail, and then the back is residential. And so it just requires the additional approval. They have already brought this to the PCDC, which was last week. And so what we're hoping to do, which I think is the case for all conditional uses, is that if this is approved, the applicants know that they will have to bring the building up to any building and fire codes to comply with the code of the use, for, I think it's education, but for the daycare. So they're aware of that, and then any sort of state licensing would need to also be applied for and accepted prior to opening the daycare. So those are things that we know, but today we're just focusing on the conditional use. Here's just a little bit of a layout from their application, which you have the full one in your packet. And so I'll just kind of skip to this and we can go back to the next one. But this is a conditional use approval review. It's very tiny. For what you all should be considering for approval. Our applicants address this really well in their application, potentially even line by line. But some of these, I have them down here. I don't want to go through each of the 10, but includes some of the criteria are conforming with the goals of the comprehensive plan. The use will be adequately served with utilities, talks about traffic circulation, not substantially altering the character of the building or the district, minimizing environmental impacts, and then shall submit evidence that all applicable permits have been or will be obtained. And so staff is recommending that all of these are met, I guess. So Jesse and Tim, I don't know if you, or is it time for them?
I will have the board ask questions of staff and then the applicants will have an opportunity. Thank you.
Yeah.
Questions for staff on this?
Will any of this be used as a residence, as it was in the past?
The back right now is still gonna be a residence.
So it's anticipated that the back part will continue to be used as a residence?
Yes.
Any other questions? Okay. Would the applicants like to make a presentation? You're not required to, but you certainly can.
No, thank you.
Okay. Would the board like to ask any questions of the applicants at this time? No? Okay, excuse me. This is a public hearing. So I will open the public hearing. Would anybody like to speak to the conditional use of the daycare center at 418 High Street? I will close the public hearing, excuse me, and entertain a motion.
I move to approve resolution 2025-2022. A resolution of the Board of Trustees of the Town of Lyons, Colorado, approving the conditional use of a daycare center at 418 High Street, Lyons, Colorado, with the following condition. Prior to operation of the daycare center, the applicant shall receive a business license issued by the Town of Lyons and any required approval by the state of Colorado and other licensing.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, discussion. I'd like to start.
I think this is an appropriate use for the building. Coincidentally, probably about 6 or 7 years ago, I had suggested to somebody in town who was running a daycare center and they were getting extremely overcrowded, that would have been a perfect site for one. And now it appears that my wish has come through, so I wish them the best of luck. It looks like a great site.
Anyone else? Go ahead.
I think there's a big demand for these services in the town of Lyons. I think people are waiting list for preschools and things, and I think that meets an existing need, and I'm glad to see somebody proceed with it.
Mr. Hammer?
Ditto. Yes, I think there's a huge need for daycare and I think this is a great spot for it. And it's kept the parking right out in front, and so it'll be good to see that facility used for something like the daycare.
Trustee Baskin?
Yeah, I think it's great to provide a service that families need here in Lyons, and I like that it's centrally located and it has easy parking. I love that they're making use of the garden behind, and I think it's a good service for our families.
My daughter runs a daycare that was licensed for 170, and they've now spent a hell of a lot of money to make it licensed for 340.
Wow.
Because the need is so great in the state of Colorado. So yes, I'm very excited about this.
And I'm supportive of this too. A couple people have mentioned the parking. And as we know, we who either drop kids off or pick kids up or live around the elementary school, it can get extremely congested. During, between 8 and 8:05 and 2:55 and 3:10 or whatever. My understanding is that you all will have staggered drop-off times and pickup times.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
I would also, we talk about the parking and I just want to be cognizant of not wanting to take parking away from the businesses that are there. So I don't anticipate that people will drop their kids off and leave their car there all day. Right? So we're not talking about, when we talk about parking, we're talking about drop off and pickup. I guess. Go ahead, no, I'll wait till you're done.
I'm done. I just want to, ask a question in light of our last, urban renewal meeting. Is this going to be a not-for-profit, entity or a, for-profit?
It will be for profit, but it is very likely that it'll have a nonprofit arm that has to do with arts programming for after school programming and for adults.
Okay, no, it's for another reason. We recently found out about properties going into a non-taxing status, and it's having a snowball effect. So I just wanted to confirm that. Okay, thank you.
All right, then I will call for the vote.
And the motion passes unanimously.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good night.
Good luck.
Thank you. Good night. Thanks for all your work.
Okay, consent agenda. Clerk Vasquez, will you please read consent into the record?
Yes, item 1 is resolution 2025-23, a resolution of the town of Lyons, Colorado, approving a professional services agreement with CoCal for Main Street beautification. Item 2 is resolution 2025-24, a resolution of the town of Lyons, Colorado, approving a professional services agreement with Rays River Rentals for the 2025 season. Item 3 is resolution 2025-25, a resolution of the town of Lyons, Colorado, approving a professional services agreement with Iron Spear Protection Group for park security. Item 4 is resolution 2025-26, a resolution of the town of Lyons, Colorado, approving the First Amendment to the professional services agreement with Martin and Martin Incorporated for the Flagstone Culvert Inspection and Repair Recommendation Study. Item 5 is resolution 2025-27, a resolution of the town of Lyons, Colorado, approving a professional services agreement with Grouse Mountain Environmental Consultants LLC for the stream bypass study. Item 6 is resolution 2025-28, a resolution of the town of Lyons, Colorado, approving a contract amendment number 1 with Ayers and Associates for the St. Vrain Trail extension for project management. Item 7 are the April 7th regular Board of Trustees meeting minutes, and item 8 are the April accounts payable.
Thank you. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Is there anything anyone would like to remove from consent this evening? Terrific. I'll call for the vote.
And that motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, everyone. Okay, boards and commissions, one of the most patient people I know. Claudia Paterno, the chair of the Lions and Veterans Commission.
You could sit or stand.
I'll stand. Yeah, thank you. You guys are troopers. Thank you for giving me an opportunity to tell you what the commission, Lions Arts and Humanities Commission is up to. We've gotten off to a great start for 2025. Our Hearts of Lions sculpture program, we've brought in, we will have 8 new sculptures coming in this year. All of them will be placed around town by mid-June. You might have noticed a few of our new ones. We have the sculpture Y right in front of the barking dog by Devorah Denali. So that's, if you go by and listen to it and the wind goes by, it kind of howls, and it kind of evokes something like good art should. So go check out that one. On Wednesday, we have a beautiful marble sculpture coming called Calla. It's of calla lilies, so that will go in front of Gatherings of a Lifetime. So that's moving along. Melinda Wonder does a great job with that entire program. So yeah, we're excited. So we'll have new ones coming in, and then of course sculptures leaving as well. So that's exciting. We are creative outlets. We have a call to artists. Our creative outlets program is when we paint the electrical boxes in town. So the outlet that's just been chosen now is the one in front of Lumber Liquors. It has a lot of stickers on it, so we're trying to figure out the best way. Maybe it's not the artist who removes all the stickers, but we're waiting for submissions. We've got a couple trickling in, so that's exciting. We have in our budget to do 2 creative outlets this year, but I think we might only do 1 and apply the money
the extra money, which is $1,250 to a mural that we might, we hope to do on the Broadway Annex building. So as you're leaving town, that grayish blue building that sticks out as you're heading out of town, kind of calls for a mural. So Kristen and I are about to do a call to artists with a compensation fund, all grant based around of about $5,000 to get some artist submissions that we will bring to you guys once we get them and recommend. But we have that beautiful mural, you know, by the St. Vrain Market. So we just almost feel like we lost the one when they took down the car wash. So we feel like just that area, that space just needs something beautiful there. So we're working on that. Speaking of murals, the Android Jones mural is coming about. We're like the final sketches are in production, and we do hope to have that mural placed here, which will be on the north wall, and the west wall is done. So something that mimics the north wall. It was September 2023 that you guys okayed it. So it's been a little bit in the process. I think that we are kind of a small potato for Android Jones and all of these amazing productions he does all over the world, but it's coming. And so if you remember back when he was part of our quarterly art show, we had the light show going on this mural, and then we had the children here voting for what animals they might like to see on that mural. So he's incorporating those. So they put in votes into a box of what animals they'd like to have incorporated. So we have a bear, golden eagle, a hummingbird, swallowtail butterfly, a beaver, and maybe a rattlesnake added. Android showed us the sketches at our last meeting, and the rattlesnake was just a dash bit like vicious with the fangs. So I'm like, oh, I don't know if we need a rattlesnake right there on this side of town hall. I was thinking of something a little softer. Anyway, so we're still talking with him and hope to get those final sketches in. As you guys know, we have the EV charging battery box coming to the southeast corner of Sandstone Park near the post office. Diane Dandino did a rendering of what that would look like wrapped with some artwork. And we showed it at our meeting our last meeting, and the entire commission just agreed that this painting that she had done of a golden eagle against sandstone backdrop looked beautiful and perfect, and we all agreed that would be a great wrap to put around this good size battery storage box, right? 16 feet by 8 feet. So we'll recommend. So I spoke to her about it. She really was honored that we'd like to use her artwork. I mean, she's an amazing, remarkable artist and painter. So that will be an awesome addition and make that battery box kind of blend in beautifully to landscape. So that's exciting. Yeah, the Q2 art show is starting. As you can tell, we've got our artwork up here in Town Hall, as well as the featured artists are Magali Fournier and Aaron Donnelly at the library. So we just hung their show this Wednesday. At 5:30 is the opening art show. So always welcome to attend. It's always an exciting night. I could end on a positive note, and this is just in the works, but we actually are being gifted a big sculpture of a lion made of sandstone. It's a Lafayette artist that needs to find kind of a forever home for it. It would be a legacy piece, and yeah, it's really special. We just will need to pay for transporting it, which could cost a little bit of money, not a ton, but pretty exciting. We talked about maybe it going in Bone Park, but that's still to be decided. So thought I'd end on that positive note. Yeah, and lastly, we have the Colorado Creative Industries Conference coming up that first weekend of May. I'll be going, Kristen Bruckner, as well as Crystal DeCoster. So we are so close, as they mentioned earlier, to getting our designation as Lions Creative District. So it'll be great to be there with all the other creatives and make that final step to our designation of being a Lions Creative District. So yeah, that's what's happening. Yeah, great stuff in the arts, and thank you for serving our town so well and listening and hanging in there on these late evenings. Thank you.
Oh, thank you so much, and thank you for all the work you do.
Oh, you're welcome.
The LHC does really, really remarkable work. It's just astounding. We have this little town, and we have so many talented and hardworking artists.
Yeah, it's great.
Holy moly.
Yeah, thank you, Mary Rogan. It's awesome to be a part of. Yeah.
Are there any questions?
Yeah, Mark.
The donated lion sculpture, is it an African lion or a mountain lion?
It's, you know what, it's actually between, it is, it's a little bit in between, it's kind of like, yeah, that's a perfect
It's
answer.
artsy.
It's artsy,
Do you have
yeah.
a picture, can you
Um,
share pictures?
We can, yeah, Victoria can, yeah. And
I've
it's,
been
and it's,
looking for a concrete mountain lion for years.
Oh, this.
Pam hates it, but I'm looking for one.
no, looking for what? I always laugh about the mountain, yeah,
This
like,
one
like.
is-
I thought maybe you found one.
This one is large enough for you to lounge on.
Yeah,
So we're thinking somewhere near the playground, because there's nowhere for parents to sit when their kids play.
Why not lounge on a line?
They have to always sit on the curb and it's really low. So we were like, kids can play on it, they can't hurt it, the artist said, and then parents can sit on it when they wait.
Oh,
But he's
remarkable.
very
It is
different.
remarkable.
He's,
It is different, yeah.
and
it's
it
made
tells a
sandstone.
beautiful story about him. So I'll send the story and the picture.
Yeah,
to the
that'd be
board.
great. Thank you.
What's the material?
He's
Sandstone.
Lion Sandstone.
It's
Yeah, and it's like a it's almost polished. Yeah.
Sandstone.
Yeah.
It is
Yeah, that would be so cool.
Yeah, I'll find him. Who sent that to me?
Kristen, yeah.
Kristen did?
Yeah.
And the lion is named Shay, S-A-E-Y.
Yeah, his name is Shay.
Mhm. It's a Lafayette artist. So to have a legacy piece like that, that proportion, you know, it's like 10 feet long and 3 feet wide and then up to 4 feet tall. So
I have it here,
cool.
but I'm not logged in. Can I send it to you quick?
Yeah.
Or you can
Are
send
you
it
still
tomorrow or
Yeah.
whenever, but just, send it to Pam Browning.
Yeah.
Oh, no, three people can sit on him. I
Yeah.
mean, he's
Oh,
really
wow.
cool.
Oh, that is
He's
cool. Oh,
like,
that
so
sounds
yeah,
cool.
put up some pictures.
Yeah.
And they do want to know if we would accept it as a legacy piece. That means it's donated to our collection and we're the owner.
Yeah.
So his face is quite African lioness, but his body,
Is more like a mountain lion. Yeah. Yeah, and it's elongated, you know.
That's so interesting.
Yeah. I know, it's so nice, right?
no, it's
Yeah, like it
it's a
is.
large piece.
Yes, 10
Oh,
feet
wow.
long.
Mm.
Good size.
My dog
Twice my height.
love climbing it.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for ending on a high note
Yeah.
and for sticking it out. We really
Absolutely.
appreciate you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Hey.
Have a good
Yes,
night.
his face is very different. He's kind of Egyptian. I don't know.
All right, so we are now going to move on to general business. We moved the HPC item, so we're going to move on to discussion direction on the noise ordinance. We had a workshop earlier. I thought I saw Chris back there sticking it out for the long run.
Hey, Chris.
Yeah. All right, so the question, there are a number of questions, about the details of a noise ordinance that we could discuss, but I am unconvinced, although I could be convinced that now is the time to actually get into the nitty gritty of the details. I do think that what I would like to have us accomplish tonight is provide direction to staff to draft a noise ordinance and give staff the information they need to create that draft and bring it back to us for a first reading. Trustee Browning and I talked about this a little bit earlier. We're running into a timing thing. You know, right now it feels like there's no way we could have a first and second reading of an ordinance, assuming that it passes, and then wait the amount of time for it to go into effect and still affect this season. You know, and the venues have already booked their bands. It's, you know, I think realistically, whatever we do with the noise ordinance is going to be in effect by and large next summer, not this summer. So, I just want us to be aware of that.
Although, what are our options for declaring, shortening the 30-day effective date of an ordinance if we get to it?
Yeah, you could do an emergency ordinance potentially. I mean, maybe there's something health and safety related there. I mean, in terms of people's quality of life. I mean, that fits into welfare, I would think. Yeah, there's always pending ordinance doctrine, but that's, you know, kind of a sticky thing, as you know. It's like it exists, but it's not a sure thing. But that's really it. Those are the only real two options available.
Even if we could bring something forward to you for our next meeting and could have a second reading in May, we could have this in effect for part of July and August, which is still height of summer here.
Well, and I had made note that we had talked about a trial period. So
Oh,
we
we could
wanted
do
to make
trial.
this summer the trial
Yeah.
period,
Mhm.
right? So that we can hammer anything out, you know, post summer,
Or part of the summer or whatever.
part of the summer,
The
and then
end
we
of the
can try
summer.
it. Right, we talked about testing the system, taking measurements. Trying different things, see what works.
Yeah, and I think, I would like to do this exactly once, right? And I think we all would like that. Trustee Hammer?
I was just gonna say, I don't think rushing is gonna benefit us. I think we should be thoughtful and deliberate and think through this and do it right the first time. And to Trustee Dottie's point, let's use the summer to do some measurements and figure
Yeah.
out. I mean, cause I'm really conflicted on, do you measure at the source or at the residence? And there's good arguments for both. So there's a lot that we need to wrestle through, I think. So being delivered makes sense. In my opinion.
Because that issue keeps coming up, where do you measure? Could we, like, partly giving direction to the staff, kind of do an initial, what we think about that? Does that come up
I would like.
in the past?
Yeah, I would like to talk about that, and I also wanna come to a conclusion about, are we gonna use decibel levels or no, or not? I mean, I think that's like a fundamental part of,
Yes.
I think we have to, don't we? I mean,
well, there's, some people say that we don't, so I just wanna make sure.
it's all subjective.
I think we discussed that before, and there was a majority to go forward with objective decibel standards versus a reasonable standard. If we're gonna use a reasonable standard, they're gonna do it. That's what we have now. We could repeal the 25 foot from the sound rule, leave it reasonable, and take the chances with whoever shows up to enforce on a particular night. We could do that. But I don't think that produces certainty from businesses or the residents, either one.
And I believe Steve Simpson has identified how he voted, so it was good to refresh my memory on that topic.
I actually would not change it from what it is now. But it's clear I'm in the minority on that. And so when I look at, what the business owners have presented to us, I actually think it's quite reasonable. I am in favor of measuring at the place of complaint where the residence is. And, I actually believe 80 is okay, but I don't think we'll get 80 approved. I think it's more, what Trustee Lowell said, more like 70 or 75. But I actually like their presentation, pretty much in its entirety.
I did too. I didn't have any issues with your presentation. I thought it was extremely well done, much appreciated. If anybody who worked on it is still listening. I am really a proponent of the Good Neighbor program. And so to the extent that our businesses can put that in place now, while we're even just talking about this, I think that would probably be helpful for the summer season, kind of get people used to it, see how it goes.
So refresh me on that. That was the idea that there was going to be readily available phone numbers in each of the venues so that they could call the, okay. I agree with Mayor Pro Tem. I like the letter. I think they've done their homework. I agree with taking a measurement at the property of the complainant. And, I think we have to just figure out, is 80 meaningful or is it 70?
Well,
And if we're going to do any of this masonry testing, we're gonna have to buy a decibel meter, right? Are those readily available, do you know?
It would stand up in pretty well.
Right, yeah, it has to be calibrated and all.
Yeah, we would have to buy one, or I think the sheriff said they have one elsewhere, maybe for this baseline we could borrow, but if it's just a couple $100, I'd rather have one. We'll have to come up with, take a little background for staff to map it out and figure out where and all that, but certainly something we could do during this trial period.
one of the, and I think we should do that. I think it sounds like the majority of the board is agreeing that we should use decibels. So, so I think
we should go ahead and investigate decibel meters. The other question that came up, the note I wrote was how long and how loud? So, and I think it's a good point, you know, you can make a sound that's 90 decibels for 2 seconds. And that's one thing, you know, but you make that same sound for an hour and a half and that's quite another. So do we want to think about any sort of time boundary?
I think it's impossible to police time.
Do you mind if I stand up and can answer some questions?
I'm sorry.
The time boundary in terms of whether you distinguish between weekends and weeknights, I think. I think my personal thing is 10 o'clock on school nights and work nights is too late. And the existing block that we have subject to the overlay ordinance is 9 o'clock. And I think we should look at distinguishing between weeknights, work nights, school nights and weekends.
Yeah, I
In that
agree with
respect,
you.
but I agree, I don't think it's workable to suggest to a music venue, you can't go more than 30 minutes at a time or something. I just don't see how that's.
Well, and no, I don't either, and I think the way I was thinking about it is, you know, let's say there's a venue that emits a sound that's 90 decibels for 4 minutes and somebody calls the sheriff for enforcement. Even if the sound is not happening anymore, you know, it's sort of like, it could be a nuisance thing, I think.
But I would agree with the others who have said, measure it from the receiving property. We've heard from numerous people and business owners too, that the way sound travels in Lyons and canyons and based on wind and humidity and everything, your problem you're addressing is not how loud is it at the venue. If it's too loud at the venue, anybody doesn't like it can leave. Your problem is how sound travels to the receiving properties, and I think that's where it should be measured. And I think that's from the sample that Cassidy did, I think that's the more common standard, and it makes the most sense.
Trustee Huber?
And I was just gonna add, if we do that, I would suggest we purchase multiple monitors and would stand up in court and capture date and time and decibels and all that stuff, so. I think it would be good to, because we know who some of the major issues,
Well,
locations are, and let's put some in the hands of residents there.
I kind of feel like residents could put them in their own hands if they would like to have them. You know, I think us having one for town staff is great. I think it's kind of a slippery slope if we start handing them out to residents.
Yeah, I guess I disagree.
Yeah, I think we could loan them out.
Yeah.
Because, you know.
That's a great
Yeah,
Well, and that's the thing. So let's table that for a second. So is there anybody on the board who does not want to see the sound measured at the receiving property? And who wants to see the sound measured at the source? You look like you're about to say something.
Well, no, I think when I heard Zach talk, you know, he brought up, you're gonna have the police chasing all over town. Yeah, I think there's arguments for both. I think to Trustee Browning's last position on, yeah, the sound's gonna be different depending on where you're at in town. So I think maybe that's an overriding factor, but sometimes maybe measuring at the sources is one approach, and then measuring at the home depends on the issue.
Well, I think it might take some fine tuning too, to know that, you know, if you're 110 decibels at the source and then the neighbor down the street's at 90, then you kind of.
And that's why I think a trial period this summer and buying multiple units and just getting some data points so we can actually understand what the problem is.
If anybody hasn't read it, I remind you, there was a pretty good study done in Golden when they were having problems and they were at 82 decibels and they did what we're suggesting, send somebody out and do samples in the field of actual music. And that kind of let you know what ended up being too loud at the receiving property. And they cut it to 65 and it's worked pretty well. I think somewhere in that range is probably what we should be looking at. We don't need to reach a final amount tonight, 70 or 75 might work. But I think from their experience, 82 was too loud. So,
Can I make a suggestion? Please. I'm just wondering, when I look at what they're suggesting here, when it comes to, residents calling in to make a noise complaint and to make those sound level measurements, what if we were to loan one of these devices to each of these businesses who have signed on to this for them, because it sounds like the person complaining will be calling that business anyway to complain, and it sounds like whoever that contact person is at the business could go measure at their property. And maybe we put it back on them, because it sounds like we have some real stakeholders who are taking this very seriously, who have spent time putting this proposal together. It sounds very reasonable. And what if we were to make them responsible for the noise they're creating or their volume? Go ahead.
I don't think that's a good idea. I don't like the conflicts that it might set up. I think there might already be some enmity between the venue and the complainers. I would prefer to have a third party in there.
Oh, I was just gonna suggest that if you decide to go with the permitting process, which you haven't talked about yet.
Yeah, that was next on the list.
I mean, if it's $100 to buy this, maybe as part of having this permit, they buy one. And that way, if they get a call, they can take it. And then it makes sense if, like you said, one's reading 100 and the other person's reading 80, but it's just for themselves. I mean, not to use, just to be aware. I know that some people already do that and measure when they get a complaint. So we maybe just say, you'll, so that folks are aware of how loud is loud.
Trustee Hammer?
And I like the idea because I think, as I mentioned earlier in Steve Sims' note, the timing issue. So somebody may call, please get dispatched. It's an hour and a half later, there's no noise.
There's
So
no noise.
we need, this
Yeah.
needs to be timely. So something, yes, putting the devices in the hands of the business owners. Good.
Well, let's
Something
talk
about-
about the permit, because that was next on the list. I think that a permit sounds like a really great
Yeah, it
idea.
does.
With the exception of the folks who already have the PUDs, which I agree should stand. But a yearly permit that's renewed in March.
Well, or with the business license, after I said that out loud, I realized that'd be the time to do it.
And
Just do it, add a section that says if you have an outdoor venue.
And I would like, staff to come back with an example of that for us to take a look at. One note I wrote down is that the permit be conditioned on a standing good neighbor agreement, and we can think about what else we might want it conditioned on. The other thing I wanna bring up is that 3 strikes rule and how we feel about that.
I think, somebody mentioned liquor license, but I think that's a bridge too far. I think that punishment wouldn't fit the crime.
Yeah.
Put somebody's liquor license, which basically puts them out of business in jeopardy for 3 violations of a noise ordinance. No. What we've done with other problems with repeat violations is progressive fines, and we just heard the new code, Brandon, right? And it presents a range in the first time. You expect staff to use discretion and I don't think you'll get to the fine stage. I think our business owners that I know now, I think will take steps to make sure they don't get there. But if we do run into a problem like we had at Lions Den before, what we've done in other types of repeated violations is $50 the first time, $200 the second time, $500, and they get the message pretty quickly. So,
Or at 3 strikes, they come to the board.
Yeah.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And that 3 strikes could trigger review of the license. The license could include, like we kind of did for the sales tax and business license. If you haven't remedied the problem, you're potentially revoking your license. Or I think it should be related to that particular conduct, or your ability to do outdoor amplified music. I don't think we should jeopardize anybody's liquor license.
That's what Austin does, is just
Yeah.
pulls the outdoor permit, not
Yeah.
the.
Yeah, you will not have an outdoor permit for the rest of this year.
So the criteria for the 3 strikes would be confirmed outer limit dB ratings at a complaining property, right?
Well, we can talk about that.
Well, I just worry about, and perhaps I shouldn't, but the constant complainers, you know, if you had all the complaints came from one particular property owner.
Maybe instead of a three, I can see that, trustee Rowe. So maybe instead of implementing a rule like this, instead, when staff takes an application for a permit, if that's the way we decide to go, part of the application is a reporting of how many complaints have been filed against venue, or maybe we're just overthinking it and everything's gonna be fine and we don't need this.
I just think 3 strikes is a little draconian. I can see it being manipulated, so perhaps your suggestion that there's a list of the complaints that have been received by a particular business might be more appropriate.
Maybe it could be something like a formal Boulder County Sheriff Officer contact. Confirmed.
Yeah.
I mean, that's pretty serious. I mean, that's what Lions Den got down to.
Yeah.
Yeah, and just like we did with that, you're not gonna send a sheriff deputy out there every time. It's just not feasible. For them, and
Or they may not
it
be
would a mistake.
And
There are
I-
things they need to do.
I don't anticipate we'll get to that. Attorney Devon?
Yeah, when you say contact, I mean, I would assume you would mean like they got an actual ticket, they were found to be in violation, not just they were called out and it turns out that everything was fine.
Sure, I mean, that's.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ordinance.
Yeah.
Okay. Other components?
I would love to have a decibel demonstration the next time the board talks about this. I think that would be helpful.
But again, if you're
I'm sure.
demonstrating something 10 feet away in a parking lot, it's not really the same issue that you got.
Well, but if we're measuring at the point of complaint, it doesn't matter.
You stand at one end of the plaza.
Some of us have been sampling what our readings are on our phone, admittedly. Some time now when we hear music from various sections.
So you probably have a good idea. I really don't, so, but it'd be helpful for all of us to hear the same thing.
Well, and for us all to hear at the same time and to be on the same page as to what 80 decibels sounds like.
Yeah.
Does that sound reasonable? Does it sound unreasonable? I mean, I think that's really informative.
And then maybe based on that, we could determine if you want a length, a duration.
Yeah.
Once we have that, so that at 65, this is tolerable for.
I don't think we want to make it too complicated.
Yeah, I was just thinking like, a matrix would be hard to. It might be hard for people to get there.
We're just looking at our list of things.
Yeah.
Yeah, duration
Duration.
I've seen for like more construction, I think. Just like maybe like a jackhammer for 10 minutes, it can exceed the decibel limit. But I don't know if we need it, but permits is another one.
Permits we talked about, yes.
For exemptions, like variances.
Oh, variances.
or-
Variances, yeah, right now we have variances for, I think you brought it up for, time. You know, like lethal, maybe you brought it up, lethal ask for extra time for rave to the grave. But we've never, as far as I can remember, talked about variance for actual loudness.
But could we build it in, they could request it. If they were having one special event, some big event.
Or the variance could just be an extension of time, but not an increase of decibels.
Yeah, I don't think I would want an increase in decibels for,
I think those are generally day and time
yeah.
portions of the ordinance. For
And
some
then
reason, you got a special event you want to have, if we set, for example, different times on weeknights and weekends.
That's our last one.
One time special event on a Wednesday night to go to 10 o'clock for some reason, I don't know.
So that's
Okay.
our last area is days of the week and times. Do you want those identified within the ordinance? Yeah, I think so. Do you want us to draft something just based on reasonableness currently? Or do you wanna discuss it and give instruction?
We've got an existing 9 o'clock cutoff on the overlay ordinance.
On weekdays, and I feel like that works.
And
I think our businesses are used to it, at least in that overlay district.
So in their letter, they have 7 days a week, 9 a.m. to 10 p.m.
I think, 9 p.m. is reasonable during the week.
And weekends?
I think Friday and Saturday nights.
And weekends.
Unless there's some special permit.
Yeah, Planet Bluegrass, yeah, that's a contract, right, Brandon? It's been one of the contracts with Planet Bluegrass. So if we have a contract saying, I think it's 10:30, and I think Zach Tucker said it was too. We're not.
Yeah. It wouldn't affect them, you know, for the most part.
And Riverbend, to their credit, agreed to 8 o'clock outdoor. Amplified music cutoff, and so that was put into the PUD.
I think it's.
I wonder if there might be some pushback from businesses, in the summertime when it's not a school night. They might say, but there is no school next day, like during the week,
There is still work the next day.
but there is work the next day.
And there's kids' bedtime show around.
Yeah, and we do have one venue that's within literally 20 feet of a multifamily unit.
Sure.
Trying to get there. Okay, I think we have a good start. You have other guidance?
No, I think we covered most of it.
Okay, thank you for your work on this. Appreciate it. Okay, let's move on then. Discussion direction on the IGA. So, staff report on this, if you could remind us what the next steps in the IGA are, that would be great.
Sure, similar to what trustee Browning has run into, this has had so many edits and adjustments. The PDF document is just really challenging to work in now. And so I did make on the one that says Brandon Dittman edits and VS, I think. That includes, we tried to do, we did the blue line as you guys discussed. Except for the preamble part, I could not get it to work in there so that we do need to decide, do you want to call it a preamble or an intent or something else? That's on the clean copy. And looking at the recitals, it included several of the items you did want under the intent as well. So if you are able to look at the clean copy, what I did is I went through, because there was a reference that it was outlined in the comp plan. So I went through the comp plan and I found the section that was on land use and growth or something. And it had a pretty good statement at the beginning. And so I put that in there for your consideration and made sure that all the items we talked about as either preamble or recitals are included. And 2 of them are redundant. It came up several times. The one about impact on wildlife, steep slopes, and preserving our leaving RP in rural. So I do have a meeting scheduled this week with Boulder County in hopes that they will give us a response to our property map. And we will give them our written. That's what they want. And so we were able to get it scheduled so that we could take care of it right away this week. And I'll have something back to you again, hopefully by May 5th, to keep this moving.
I think you did a really good job on the preamble.
It was, when I started writing it out, it was like, this is mentioned throughout the document, a few of those concepts. I know it's hard. It's just, yeah, that JPEG has been adjusted a lot.
So is there feedback for Administrator Simonson on this?
If, hopefully you read it before.
I think it's time to get the counties.
Give them something to work off of?
Yeah.
Okay,
Can I,
I-
go ahead.
no, you,
You said you were gonna talk about the map. You know what my objections are to the map. It has the A, B, and C designations that are nowhere referenced in this. So will you express? Will you represent my
one person.
points of view on that map? And we've talked about this and you told me at some point I'd be able to make.
Yeah, at some point, we'll be discussing the entire IGA again, including the map. And in the meantime, the majority of the board agreed to the map that Victoria will be presenting to the county.
But you see my point. Regardless of my feelings about what's depicted on the map, the fact that we have A, B, and C designations, they're not in here anymore. They don't tell us what they mean. They're just there.
Well, they will on.
It's on
there will be
their
an actual
exhibits,
map.
yeah.
Yeah.
So they've already had the map since you guys met on that. The meeting this week, they had wanted time to review it and give us feedback. So they may come back and say something about A, B, and C too. So this will be giving you feedback on the map proposal we submitted. And now we'll give them the narrative that we would like them to consider. And then it'll be back in their court. I'll bring back their map input. And then they'll have a couple of weeks to give the input on the narrative proposal.
And then we are planning, so, even though our town halls are wildly well attended. We're talking about using this quarter's town hall, to gather community feedback on the IGA. Before we consider a resolution on it as a board.
So we were originally scheduled for quarterly town hall on April 30th. The mayor suggested maybe we hold that off till after our May 5th meeting, but not far, just, and hosting it, and this is the main topic.
See the dates.
Oh, I have it.
On a date. I was gonna say, do we not have a date?
No, I have a date because she had to reserve the room. I want to say it was just 1 week later.
On the 12th?
Oh, the 13th, maybe? Mm-mm.
Because that's a Monday,
Be the
no,
7th.
Thursday. May 7th.
Because it was the 30th.
I don't have it. I'll double check my email.
Okay, let's make sure we get that, so.
But
Mayor
are-
Pro Tem can put it in.
Are
her
folks
calendar.
okay with submitting that preamble?
Yeah.
Kind of using that as.
Mhm. Yeah, the consensus is yes.
Okay.
All right. Boy, that was the easiest IGA conversation we've ever had. Okay, let's move on to trustee reports. It's late, so make them brief if we can.
What about the Flagstone culvert?
No,
Oh, no, that was under consent.
under
Never
consent.
mind.
That was under
I'm on
consent.
an old version.
Yeah.
Okay.
Trustee Hamrick?
We had a SFC meeting, was it last week? We have a new interim chair of the SFC.
Yeah.
And I think we had a very productive meeting, a lot of good dialogue. And then we talked about, as I mentioned a couple meetings ago, struggling, trying to give direction to the SFC. And I think, I was pushing them, say, hey, what are important things to this commission? What can I bring back to the Board of Trustees? So kind of reversing the dialogue. So anyway, one of the things they were talking about is maybe looking at some municipal code around deconstruction waste. A lot of communities have that, so we may be bringing that back in the near future for some dialogue with this group.
Great,
So-
thank you. Perfect. Trustee Dati?
So you got an update from the Arts and Humanities Commission, so I don't need to give you that except to say I hope to see you on Wednesday for the art show. With the Housing and Human Services Commission, the chair was here as well, and she talked about the landscaping, and actually, I'm glad you have a meeting next week, with, Mr. Capps. There were a couple of questions that the commissioners had. One of them was,
I sent them to him.
you sent those two questions?
And
About using the 50,000 remaining for landscaping? And also, what if tenants were to take care of their own landscaping? I mean, they're just like,
We talked
can we
about that.
come up with something else? And so, the Housing and Human Services Commission also attended the disaster emergency preparedness on April 15th, as did I. They've come up with a plan to help with evacuation plans and distribution of the go bags, those red backpacks, probably in two different times, in two different locations. There'll probably be one at the Walt Self Center, either May 21st or June 4th. And there'll be a community event either at the library and possibly beef. One thing I want to bring everybody's attention to is that only 40% of all residents in Boulder County have signed up for the Boku Alert. So that's
Really?
40%. So we need to do a better job of getting people signed up. I know we keep reminding people, but 40% is not good enough in time of, natural disaster.
Okay.
So, and I was wondering if we could follow up with an advanced workshop for the mountain rural communities, because that was the basic workshop, but they have an advanced one that's catered to our community. And coming back to the admin report regarding Parks and Rec's recommendation for the Stacy parcel, I just wanted to come back to revisit at some point. I can make a request here for a future agenda item as to what the process looks like to name the park, to rezone it to a POS, and I'd love to understand better what passive recreation means. And the only reason I'm coming back to this, I'm circling back, is because Trustee Delman had come to the LHC to ask about a sign. And so that's why I'm thinking about the name and that.
The definition of passive recreation I just included in your updated IGA.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's in the.
And that is based off of the state of Colorado and the Parks and Recreation Association. That's their definitions. So
Okay.
it's on your IGA.
So it'd be basically the same as it is right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's in the idea.
Okay.
Thank you.
I didn't go to the ecology board. I had a HOA board meeting that night, but post meeting, I was told that they are pretty close to bringing before this board the pollinator friendly or bee city resolution they'd like to see put in place. So, what Chairman Breckenridge had in mind for a date. He hasn't contacted you on that.
They've debriefed with me. I think they're working on bringing some forward in May.
That's all I have.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Historic Preservation Committee would like to, and will be making suggestions to make some changes in the town code describing the work of that commission based on sensitivity to various people groups. That was not in the original. So that's something we're going to be working on and then presenting to the board. There's potential code change. And that'll be it beyond that.
Excellent, thank you.
The EDC met on the morning of the 16th and discussed the supporting the tax credit request for 402 Main for the historic preservation, which we acted on a special meeting. And they also discussed the noise ordinance to some extent. So we covered the things they discussed. And we met on the afternoon of the 16th. And they discussed several things that might be coming in front of us. In the culvert study that was in the extending that another 300 feet, they were supportive of, which we approved on the consent tonight. We're looking at doing undergrounding at up on Ewald for the electric utilities, and they're also, I think this may come to the board in terms of a budget change. Maybe at the same time, as long as they're digging up there, perhaps some of the old pipes that are on our list to be replaced. They go from 4-inch to 8-inch pipe. Speaking of historic, there's also a fire hydrant there that's being looked at because it apparently dates from 1895. And I think the testing company was concerned about testing it, that would it survive? And so if that's a concern, then whether we're working with fire is also a concern, and there may be some moves toward looking at that. And then a lot of time was spent again on the streetlight study, and that's remains a work in progress, but it's moving forward.
Thank you. Trustee Delman.
So Parks and Rec, we talked about allowing e-bikes on trails, and they suggested class 1 and 2, which both go under 20 miles an hour and are pedal assisted. Some of the others that are electric, they are not even considered e-bikes, that are too powerful and don't have pedals. They talked about GoCo grants, looking at getting another sport court and updating the playground in Bone Park. Also, they talked about wanting Stacy parcel to be rezoned as parks and open space. And then, so the other thing is Blossom Festival, which is Sunday at the Orchard, is from 10 to noon. We're gonna have a meet and greet with the mayor. I don't know if anybody here knows the mayor. And then gonna have a ukulele sing-along, games for the kids, fire department. They actually have a train, so they're gonna have an ambulance there to, there's gonna be a geologist explaining the geology of the area, and people can bring rocks and have them explained. Pollinator Project is gonna have a booth. She's the. Never mind, I can't think of the words.
Okay.
But we are gonna have a lot of fun things
Yeah.
Is this something?
this
That's
Sunday,
Sunday. That sounds like
What
fun.
time is it?
10
10 to
a.m.
noon. We're gonna have trivia, Easter egg hunt for the kids. They're gonna have seeds in there for flowers.
Oh. Excellent, okay. So the creative district, letter of support and resolution, are we okay with that being on consent next time?
Yep.
Okay, and the address question too?
Also consent, I think, yeah.
On, excuse me, on consent, you said?
Yeah.
But will that allow, is that enough?
They wanted a letter of support and an ordinance. I thought we were gonna meet with.
If they want an ordinance, but it needs to be a resolution, it's not a
Shouldn't be an
law.
ordinance.
Okay,
Yeah.
good, okay.
Are you, Victoria, do you wanna think about the?
No, I
other
just wanna look
requests?
at their documents. Yeah, we never have done an ordinance.
Resolution.
And the way that it's written, it says that it will be an extension of the town or something. I need
Yeah.
to look at it. I
Okay.
just got it today.
So, all right, you know, and if it needs to be, if it needs to go on consent and then be pulled for us to make changes, we can do that.
Okay,
But
So-
for now, let's say that, you know.
is it okay to use the address of the visitor center?
That's the question that I just asked, you know. To me, that's fine, but we haven't formalized them using the visitor center yet. We haven't.
Well, I think we did.
The previous board did, but this board did not.
Did we do that by resolution?
The way it reads, I was wondering if they just needed a hard address.
That's what
For
that's what
They
it is.
do, and they also want to use the visitor center.
Right. Well, the other thing could be if it indeed is gonna be written that they're an arm of the town until they become a district, they could use this address too.
Yeah.
And
Why don't you,
meet with
meet with Jocelyn and, use your best judgment. And, if it's something, you know, if it goes on consent and somebody would like to pull it to discuss, then that's what we'll do.
There was something in there about an election too. I didn't understand that. I think it's part of what Crystal gave us. We don't have to have an election about this, do we?
No, we
No.
did.
We did.
no, she's saying to
Oh,
allow parks
to
and
allow-
Oh, that's,
That's right.
okay.
She was saying we already took that action, and at that point, we discussed letting them use the visitor center. And then they kind of went dark for a while, but I would have to pull up what mechanism we did that by. If it still holds, then I think we should use that address. If it doesn't, they could use the town's address and just put attention Lions Creative District or
Yeah.
something.
I'm totally fine with that. Yeah. Okay, great.
But I'll meet with, yeah,
Okay.
that happened late.
The National Parks Conservation Association has asked for a resolution and a letter of support for our national parks. With your consent, I would like to draft that and put that also on consent.
Absolutely.
Great. I went to the DRCOG meeting, which was thankfully online this time. Among the things we discussed, there was a presentation by the grant navigator at DRCOG, who has helped the town of Lyons and many other towns get grants. And he is in the unenviable position of now learning that all of these grants that he's worked so hard to get are canceled. So he said that the brick grant might come back, might not, nobody knows. But I just wanted to say for the record that according to the federal government, our stormwater design system is from a wasteful, politicized grant program. So, yeah. The PCDC met, they talked about the high street conditional use, which of course I skipped. ADUs and then the comp plan review. Okay. Can we have a summary of action items, please?
Okay,
Starting at the top.
yeah. I've got, the mayor would like to see copies of the history report for the library and perhaps send one to Yanni. The board of trustees was okay with alternate bids for the pavement rehab RFP. I have ordinance 1181 failed. Ordinances 1182 through 1187 passed on second reading. We moved the fire mitigation agenda item to the May 5th agenda. We moved the HPC agenda item to the May 5th agenda. Staff was directed to draft a noise ordinance with the Board of Trustees recommendations to be presented at the next meeting. The board would also like a decibel demonstration at the next meeting. The board supported sending out the draft preamble and narrative to Boulder County. A potential future agenda item on how to rename the Stacy parcel. Is that yours?
Yes, and also we talked about rezoning the PRS.
The creative district resolution will be on consent at the next meeting. And the letter of support was given the thumbs up, and Victoria's to meet with Jocelyn and Sarah to go over that. There will also be a National Park Service letter of support on consent at the next meeting.
And Lyons Creative District.
Yeah, I just did that one.
I have.
Brandon, you got anything else?
I don't have anything else. I think you guys covered it.
All right, nice job, Clerk Vasquez. Is there a motion to go into executive session?
Move to go into executive session pursuant to the sections 24.6.424A, 24.6.424G, and 24.6.424E. For the purpose of discussions concerning the sale of real property, determining positions relevant to matters may be subject to negotiations, development strategy for negotiations, instructing negotiators, and for legal advice from attorneys representing the town regarding the sale of town-owned property located at 2186 Apple Valley Road. Details at 11.
Is there a second?
A little after 11.
Okay. Any discussion? Call for the vote.
And that motion passes unanimously.
You gonna join us on a different Zoom, Brandon?
I'll join in the second Zoom. Yep.
You know, I have the language, Dolores, I'm gonna wing it.
Okay.